Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 2026 Victorian Country Long Course Championships. We are back here at the Geelong Aquatic Centre, hosted by Bowen Southwest. The swimming pool was absolutely on fire. The kids were flying last night. We saw a couple of our Victorian country event records go, even under not necessarily the best circumstances and conditions around pool deck. I think a lot of the spectators were almost blown away, not only by the performances in the pool, but definitely those winds. We had speeds and gusts of up to 60 kilometres an hour here. We are outdoors. The sun is shining though this morning, and I think we're in for an absolute ripper of a HEATS session. Sam, what do you think?
Yeah, I think if it's anything like today, we'll be seeing some absolutely blistering times. The heats times were really extraordinary. They were really fast yesterday morning. So I think if the swimmers keep this up, we're going to get some more records tonight. The atmosphere was fantastic last night. It was absolutely packed here. And when the relays came on, oh yeah. And we had some such close calls in those relays, didn't we? It was fantastic.
Yeah, there was definitely an abundance of super tight finishes and close races, and races that were changing throughout. There was, in those relays, you had the first lap was one team in the lead, and then it would swap in the next, and we had teams coming from behind about in 8th coming up for medals. It was absolutely incredible stuff. Up on this morning's program, we have quite the mixture of events. So there is a lot of sprinting today, which I'm excited for this morning. And then when we come back in for finals tonight, we have a few more of our longer distance events. So our 400 IMs will be back in action this afternoon. But to kick us off this morning, we do have our open 200 metre backstroke. We had the 200 metre breaststroke yesterday, which it was our young talent that really showcased what they were made of in those open events. Some 13-year-olds picking up medals in the longer races.
Yeah, absolutely. Those young kids have been training over the Christmas period, I presume, in the country, and they are really endurance-based, I think. Some of the girls especially, some of the young girls really did do such a great job yesterday, and also bringing home those relays. They did a fantastic job. So the 400 IM, it's a completely different event from the 400 free. You've got 4 different strokes. Changing from stroke to stroke is difficult, but I'm sure these guys can do it. So we've got the 200 back this morning.
Yeah, we are about ready to kick off with our first event hitting the pool now, and that will be event 43 on our program after 42 events yesterday. And it's the women's open 200 metre backstroke. We have 3 heats this morning, all vying for a spot in the top 10 to come back and race later on this evening.
Take your marks.
Not wasting too much time on the underwater there from Sophie Ryan, the 15-year-old from Warrnambool in lane 5. We do see some different approaches within a 200 metre backstroke. You do have the ability to stay underwater for the entire 15 metres off all of the walls, but it can be quite a bit of a lung buster on the athletes. You do regularly see them not quite going that distance, maybe shortening their underwater but trying to stay more consistent with it. So only 3 or 4 kicks potentially off the walls rather than staying under and holding their breath for that entire 15.
Yeah, you don't use up too much of your oxygen, especially via your legs, because sitting backstroke, that's what tends to go. So they'll be conserving that leg power and the oxygen uptake in their thighs. So they're coming through here to the halfway point, looking very comfortable. Does Sophie Ryan from the Warrnambool Swimming Club. But coming up on her quite quickly there is Emily Kearns from Gisborne Thunder. So she's made a bit of a charge at the back part of this might be her plan. Sometimes that is the plan, is to sort of make a bit of a charge at the end of each 50. And you can see Astrid Buchanan as well from Ballarat Swimming Club making a charge too, and her sister. So sisters again in the pool together with Hannah Buchanan in lane 3. Only 1 year between them, 14 and 15.
Yeah, so the longest of our backstroke races, the 200 in a long course 50-metre pool, that's 4 laps. So they've just completed the 3rd lap here, the 150-metre point. A really good sign of a well put together 200 is it looks like athletes are getting faster on each lap, when really if you take a look at those splits, it's probably a higher likelihood that they've been consistent and held the same pace, because it is easy to go out a little bit too quick and then maybe drop off. I think Emily Kearns in lane 4 has put together quite a solid effort here. She was a little bit further behind at the 50 and then gained a little bit at the 100, and I think she's going to take this one out from lane 4. And she gets the touch there. The time, 2:29.90. Sophie Ryan out a little bit quicker, not quite the same speed coming back. Touches in a 2:30. So you would expect with only 3 heats, those top 2 are pretty solidified into that top 10 for tonight. And they'll have the opportunity to come right back and race and maybe put together a little bit more of a solid swim later on.
Yeah, we only have 2 swimmers in this next heat that have gone under 2:30 before, so they look pretty comfortable to get into that final. And that's another thing, you've got to be very conservative. Some of these girls are swimming event after event this morning, so they won't want to use up all their energy in the first event.
Take your mark.
You don't have any shelter today.
So our fastest seed in this is Claire Matheson from the Ballarat Gold Swimming Club. But in lane 5 we have Mia Roberts from South Gippsland Bass. She's decided to take it out at her own pace. And then above her in lane 6 we have a visitor, Alexandra Wilson. She's from the Albury Amateur Swimming Club, so she is just on the borders of Victoria and New South Wales, so yeah, a slight visitor just across the river from Wodonga City. Very nice stroke rate there from our leader, Claire Matheson. Sorry, from, Claire Matheson from Ballarat Gold. But then lane 3, Zara Reynolds from Bendigo East, doing very well. Nice head position, got her head right back. Lane 6, Alexandra Wilson doing very well, and Ellie Caulfield from Bendigo East, known for its backstroke swimmers. It's quite the skill to be able to keep in a straight line and not be up against those lane ropes. A lot of these country swimmers train outdoors, so they're very practiced at that, which can be an advantage if you do go on to become an accomplished athlete that swims internationally. There's a lot of international outdoor pools. Therefore, it's very advantageous to be able to keep in that straight line. But coming into the finish really strongly, Claire Matheson from Ballarat Gold, but really charging at the end. Mia Roberts. They both get under the 2:30 with 2:29, both 2:29. Not far off Mia Roberts' PB, so yeah, she's only about a second off her personal best time there.
Swimmers, can you move away from the wall, please?
Yeah. right, still circular seeded. So this third heat, our fastest qualifier is Nicole Briscoe with a 2:25.03, and then Olivia Bailey in lane 5, 2:28.89. So they've both been under that 2:30 mark. And there's going to be a fair few swimmers under that 2:30 mark in the final. That's a pretty good standard, I would think.
Oh, absolutely. In this 200-metre backstroke event, I think this would have to be one of the best top ends that I've seen for a few years. If you're having that many swimmers in a heat in particular go under that 2:30 mark, that's quite the speedy pace to be setting on the first event off on up and running, I should say, today. So these girls, they've got some speed and they are holding on to it throughout the whole 200, which is awesome, and putting together some solid heat swims. It will be interesting, those third place spots, to see who can sneak into the final, those ones who are just over that 2:30 mark. There is a little bit of a drop off after that, so I'll be keen to see who maybe might sneak an outside lane and maybe get a little bit of an outside chance in tonight's final. As we turn at the 100-metre mark, it is Nicole Briscoe who's taken us out once again fairly speedily, 1:11. Following her was Olivia, 1:14.
She looks very smooth with that sort of cadence she's got, and that very smooth shoulder roll action. So yeah, she looks pretty comfortable there. I've got to say, it is advantageous to be in the middle lanes on backstroke, because you're looking backwards. If you do get a slight lead, you can see competitors behind you, and it's quite good to be able to kind of keep them back, you know, keep that lead.
And keep that lead is exactly what Nicole Briscoe's done down that third 50. She's had really good consistency through that stroke rate, connects well at the top of the stroke, so on entry, and holds the water really nicely. You can tell that because she's not bouncing around too much. If you're sort of missing or slipping a little bit at the start of the stroke, it becomes fairly obvious, and you can see a lot more of that rocking and bouncing within her backstroke. So she's done this quite nicely. Once again, she's going to be around that 2:30 mark like the earlier heats were set at, maybe just a little bit over. There we go, 2:30.80 for Nicole. It will be Olivia who finishes in second place there at a 2:35. And then third place down in lane 1 goes to Celeste Ellis. She held on nicely through the second half of that race, even though her cap appeared to be falling off quite substantially, so well done, Celeste.
Got to say that these girls would have known what times the previous heats have done, so they've been very strategic there. And even though Nicole, you know, won that heat, she would know she would only have to go into the early 2:30s.
Yeah, that is the benefit of being in that third seeded heat. If you're the first heat, you have to set the standard, and if you go that little bit too slow or too easy, the heats coming after that go, oh, there's a bit of an opportunity here. And you can quite easily be knocked down those rankings fairly quickly. If you're in the third heat, you've gone, oh, well, 2 people went under 2:30 here and only 2 more went under here. There's 6 spots left in that final, and you only have to be somewhere around that margin. So
yeah, that's right.
Definitely a little bit of an advantage being in that later heat and not having to go quite as quickly.
So we've got the men's 200 back now, but
I believe that one's gone to a straight final tonight.
Somebody somebody must have dropped out, so that there's only just enough to make a straight final. So the guys not really favouring that event here.
No, the boys didn't want to do the backstroke today, and as you might be able to hear, it is getting pretty noisy down here, and that's because some of our favourite events are coming up. It's the absolute splash and dash for our juniors. Event 45, the girls 11 and under 50-metre freestyle. So for a lot of these swimmers, it is probably one of their first ever events at a country championships. They are our youngest age group here, and it is also 11 and under, so that means no matter what age you are, under 11, if you make that qualifying time, you get the opportunity to race here. And I have been very impressed by lane 7 out of this first heat, just 9 years of age, making it into the top 30, becoming one of those circle-seated athletes, Ivy Ryan from Traralgon.
Wow,
So
yes.
she's the youngest athlete in this field. We do have a few 10-year-olds as well. So there's a 10-year-old in lane 6 from Warrigal, Eliza here, and a few more of those girls will be coming up as well. So a really great effort to make their first country time before they even turn 11.
Certainly is.
As we have changed ends for the start of the 50-metre races, we are just awaiting that starter signal to be tested and ready to go. Make sure our timing systems are in place. That sounded like the test start to me. So it sounds good. I think we should be nearly ready to go. This record, Sam, it's pretty fast. Set back in 2005.
Yeah, it is.
I think there is a bit of a typo for the country record because it is set by the same person. So, yeah, 2005, Caitlin Schneider from Geelong, 28.69.
Yeah, that is really quick.
For an 11-year-old.
Yeah.
But in saying that, we have one of the faster 11-year-olds that I've seen in quite a while coming up. Georgie Kenner in lane 4. She broke the country record last night in the 50 backstroke. Even after there was a little bit of a challenge on the start where the girls started and then the false start rope was dropped because something was happening with the start. So they'd started the race and then they had to go back and wait in the water. And she still managed to break that record quite substantially last night in the backstroke. I think she dropped about 0.2 off that one. Yeah. I would be so excited to see her break the 29. I think she's capable of doing it. Whether it happens this morning, maybe she'll save it for finals, but I think this girl might be able to do that.
Yeah, she'll have to take a full second off to get that country record. So let's see how she goes this morning. Looks very relaxed. We've blown the cobwebs out with that 50 back yesterday.
Now, the good news is that coming up in Heat 2, we have another swimmer at 11 years of age from Traralgon, Talia McCubbin, who has also broken the 30-second mark. So she's going to be up with Georgie, and a few of these other girls certainly have that potential to drop time off. We've seen some massive improvements from these youngsters. Yeah. But what we did notice in the backstroke is in the heats, Georgie had like a massive lead and it was an incredible swim, but she was actually challenged quite well by Talia in the final. Yeah. And so we can hope that these two athletes just continue to push each other. It's those little rivalries within these clubs that we love to see grow and blossom. And some of my best friends, I don't know about you, but some of my best friends come from the people that I was most competitive with as a junior swimmer.
Absolutely, especially, I mean, I was in Britain, but my best friends now, one of my best friends, we were absolutely vicious rivals. I was 2 years younger than her, but you know, that respect that you get from that rivalry, and also just the as you grow older, you do respect the times that you have been with each other through thick and thin, and it does, a rivalry does turn into a great respect and friendship, especially as you get older. So hopefully these girls will go a long way together.
What I did love to see is while the girls were waiting last night for the start to be reset and they were all in the water, I think every single one of them, when we went across with the camera, was chit-chatting.
Yes.
So not only are we here to race and compete, but country championships is so much more than that. You have all of these athletes, they're dressing up, they're having a good time, the atmosphere is so exciting, but there's so many friendships being developed across the weekend, and you get the opportunity to see people from all across Victoria. We have 39 clubs represented from every corner of the state, who all come together. We work together to put on the event, and they work together in the afternoons, in the mornings, to just make sure that everyone's here to have the best time of their lives.
That's right. Well, I went out to Sale to coach, and Ash Nichols came to try out, and he's now one of the older swimmers here. But when I think about it, he was only 10 back then. And, you know, some of these swimmers, they're going to university now. They might go to the same university with some of their swimming friends, and it's always nice. It lasts a long time, swimming friendships, because, you know, you travel together, getting up early with your club mates, good times and bad times. Honestly, it's a long-lasting relationship, and for parents too. They make friends at the swimming club. They make friends through volunteering, and usually they're friends for life. Parents have swimming friends, they're friends for life.
They certainly do. I think that's where a lot of the level of respect comes from within these friendships. Is you can respect the fact that you know that everyone else in these races with you, they're doing what you are.
Yeah.
A lot of our athletes, they give up a lot of their time for this sport. It is very demanding. You've got kids who will be training, you know, at 11, some of them might be training, you know, 3 or 4 times a week, and then that's only going to grow and develop as they do. So some of our older athletes, they could be training up to 9, 10 times a week. It's a lot of your time being put into it, and sometimes those other friends that you make through school, they don't have that same level of understanding of what you're doing and what you're going through, but these are the people that do.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be dedicated like that, and to be getting up doing early mornings, it's a life skill. And it's something that you take with you for the rest of your life, being able to get up early. As coaches, we know that now as well, that, you know, it is a skill to be able to get up, you know, 4 or 5 days a week at 4:30 in the morning. So, you know, hats off to all those shift workers out there as well.
And all of the taxi driver parents who are also up at that time to take their kids to and from training.
And working a full-time job. Yeah.
Sleeping in the car the mornings, going for walks in the afternoon, trying to fill in those 2 hours that your daughter or son's at the pool. We know what you go through.
Yeah, well, my dog Roxy, she got a lot of walks down at Rosebud when I was taking my kid. Rest in peace, Rox. We lost her last year, but yeah, she loved the early morning walks, and she was the first one up for morning training. Leaving around, you know.
I think all the kids appreciate when the families bring their dogs to training as well.
Yeah.
And so do the coaches.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're just awaiting our technical officials. Incredible volunteers. They've also come from all over Victoria to come and ensure that this meet can be run. They are making sure that starting signal is all working. And we have official times and timing in place.
Nice to see the girls all rugged up there and keeping warm. I've seen a couple of nice parkas. There's a one there in lane 7. Would that be... or lane 8, Emily McLean from Wangaratta is wearing a lovely pink parka with sort of blue flowers on. I wonder where she got that from.
We do have swim merch here today.
We do.
I saw them out the front.
Them.
So you can head on out the front gate and check out what they've got, all of your merchandise for the 2026 Victorian Country Long Course Championships. Also, if you head around the back to our little amusement park set up with all of our food stands, food trucks, around there you'll also find funky trunks and funkita.
Yeah,
so you can pick up some nice new bathers to wear down to the beach once the weather finally heats up today.
I'm going to go down and see if they've got any not beanies. What do you call those hats? Like
a beanie?
Yeah, like a summer beanie. Are they a beanie as well as a knit beanie in Australia? Because I'm like, I thought they were called a beanie, but I was about to say it and I thought,
or a bucket hat.
Yeah, like a bucket hat. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, I call them a beanie. And the beanies are actually a knitted hat as well, aren't they? Yeah.
Yesterday, I think we needed a beanie.
Yeah.
Today, we might need a bucket hat, but it's going to have to be tight
I might go and see if they've got any down there, or I could be just going off to Kmart for a like a straw hat or something.
Well, you can't run away for too long because I think we're almost ready to get underway with some more action for us. Hopefully, the little 11-year-olds, their nerves aren't too intense right now.
I think they'll be pretty confident after swimming yesterday. I think when you get your first swim in and it's a good one, you go, oh, I'm swimming well. And I always used to think that. Did you? You'd think, oh, yeah. You know, I could have
never
thrown
had
anything.
a bad day. What are you talking about?
You could have thrown any event at me well, apart from anything that was over 100 back then. But, yeah. And that's good that they are doing 50s and 100s, and they're not really meant to go into those 200 events, long course and everything. Like coming up for our Metro Championships, the 11-year-olds only having a certain number of events to do, so that, you know, it's easing them into, you know, swimming competitively. You don't really want to be having a go at the 200 fly when you're 11 straight off. I mean, you might be good at it, but
I was going to say, I think we used to, 11 years old was when we used to start 200 fly
honestly, well,
at States, but we've made a few changes. We also don't quite train the same way that we used to because that was insanity.
Yeah, well, my coach, he would never let me, and it became my best event, but he wouldn't let me.
Well, he did the
swim.
right thing then, didn't he?
Yeah, he wouldn't
held
let
you
me.
off.
Yeah, and I was dying to do one, you know.
I think everyone should do a 200 fly.
Yeah.
A bucket list item for swimming. A 200 fly and a 400 IM.
Yep, and I used to say to him, oh, can I do this mate? No. He'd say. And so by the time I went in, and it was like regionals, I went in and I won the Open, because obviously I was that keen.
You just
went out without no idea and just
That's
hung
the
on.
slingshot effect.
Yeah.
Held you back, held you back, held you back.
Yeah, I think it looks like we've got a little bit of movement. The girls are standing up. Or not, sitting back down again.
Well, I can see our Swim Victoria events manager, Josh, on the other side of the pool running some cables, so we might be having a bit of a changeover with our starting signal. Some new cord being put down.
Well, you know, computers, you know.
Normally they only break when I touch them, and I haven't been over there, so.
Yeah, it's like cables. Cables in my house, like with my sons. Yeah, cables. You know, gaming and that, you've got cables, you've got
never
gaming
heard of
computers.
Only know swimming.
I don't think they understand what a cable tie is. You know, like tie them together and make it look neat. I don't care what it does. Oh, we need that one, it does this. We need that one, it does that. I don't care what they do. Just tie them together so they look nice. Well, the wind's still pretty strong here this morning. We've got a few ominous grey clouds, but I don't think it's going to rain.
Didn't think it was meant to. It's meant to be about 2 degrees warmer than yesterday, which will be nice. The wind does feel pretty similar, although if we have a look at the pool, those flags aren't moving around quite as much as they were yesterday.
Oh, last night it was like 4 to 10 girls, wasn't it?
I was actually chatting to one of the coaches from Geelong about the backstroke events with the wind, because it has made a little bit of a difference. I was noticing a few more people making little mistakes on finishes.
Yes.
And I think a lot of it's actually to do with the slack that was in the rope, in the flags yesterday, with the wind being so strong. It had actually pushed the flags over, so the flags are at 5 metres from the wall, and the wind had pushed it so far that I think kids' counts were slightly out because they were counting from the flags, but the flags were further forward.
Yeah, that's
so I think some of the swimmers were not far off, like they were close on the finish, but it was just throwing them a little bit. So hopefully the wind not quite being as intense down the pool today, they might be a little bit better off here.
Yeah, I think so.
Simple science with Kardinia this morning.
No,
Mathematics yesterday.
actually, mathematics, we had English
last night.
and
yeah.
now we're into a bit of
science.
physics. Well done, Kardinia.
This is what happens when they let me talk too long when there's no swimming.
Well, no, I think you're doing very well, Kardinia. You'll have to come and join me in the classroom. I'll have you helping me when I get me
guest
when I
appearance.
become a teacher. Media,
Yes.
media studies,
Yes.
all that. See, you're very versatile.
Love media studies. This is where we need our roaming mic.
We do. You could get around the pool deck. That would be very good.
I've seen some
actually.
wonderful costumes this morning.
Oh yeah, it's costume day, isn't it?
Yeah, the kids from Lara were standing in front of us before. They're all dressed up with their pom-poms and their tutus.
Yeah, they look very, very good.
I love all the little extra things that go on at countries. So you've got the dress ups, and today I have heard the rumours that I don't know if you noticed earlier on, there was a whiteboard down the far end of the pool.
Oh yeah.
And that magical whiteboard had some names on it.
Oh yes.
And those are names of coaches who their swimmers have nominated them to race this afternoon.
Oh, fantastic. So it's going to be a coach's race. Oh, I see a microphone, Kardinia.
You never know what might happen.
Are we roaming, Kelly? Are we roaming? Yeah, come on. Carly is going to do a couple of interviews, hopefully. Yeah, come on. Oh, she's over in the UK. Lovely. Come and sit down.
Oh, thank you for having me.
No, what's your name?
My name's Isla Broomfield.
Hello, Isla.
Hello.
And you have relations in the UK?
Yes, my nanny Carol and granddad are watching over from Kent.
Oh, they're in Kent, in the
Yes.
south. Whereabouts in Kent?
Dad, where are they? Birchington.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
So they're watching you today. And what events are you swimming today?
I'm swimming a 100 metres butterfly, and I have a medley relay later today.
And you have a new pool at Wangaratta, don't you?
Yes, it's very nice facilities we have there.
So you're an Australian, born in Australia?
Yes, my dad was born in England and then met my mum, and now we live here.
Aha. And are you the only child? Or
No,
have you
I
got-
have a sister, Maisie.
And what's your sister's name?
Maisie Broomfield.
And she'll be saying hello to Nan and Grandad. What are your Nan and Grandad's names?
Carol and Dave.
Carol and Dave. Well, they'll be up
Yep.
in the night. Are they up tonight?
Yes, they said they'll try and watch, but they might fall asleep. So,
Well, yes, they'll be watching you from in bed.
yes.
So we'd just like to say good morning to Carol and Dave.
Yes. Good morning, Nan and Grandad. Thanks for watching me swim.
See,
Miss you guys. So, yeah.
that's lovely. Have you been over to England to
Yes,
visit?
we've been a few times. We went September last year, 2025,
Yeah.
to visit them. But yeah, that was the most recent we've been.
Yeah, nice. And what year are you in at school?
I'm going into year 10 now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Are you doing any subjects early for 11 and 12?
No, I'm not doing any head start, like going into year 11 subjects. I'm just doing the year 10 ones. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks for having me.
no, it's lovely. And so, when's your event?
I think it's 49. Event 49.
Oh, so not far away?
No, we've got a few races, but I don't really know what's happening right now. So,
So how are you feeling about your races? How did you race yesterday?
yesterday I swam right around my PB, so that was pretty good. And I'm pretty excited today, so we'll sort of see.
And how many country championships have you done?
2 long course ones.
Yeah.
So I went to Majura last year,
Yeah.
and then this one.
Yeah, that was really hot there last
It
year,
was
wasn't
very
it?
hot, actually.
Yeah, and it was nice to get in the pool.
Yes, it was very refreshing.
What do you think of this pool then?
It's quite nice. It's pretty good facilities. It's a bit windy here though, so.
Yeah, and Wangaratta, your pool's indoors, right?
We have a 25 indoor and then a 50 outdoor pool, which that's very nice, but there's not much shade, so we get pretty hot out there.
Yeah, and is it, do you train outdoors most of the year or only part of the year?
Yeah, we train all of summer outdoors and then we go inside to winter for winter, so.
Yeah, that was like when I was at Sale, that was like that. 25 indoors and then 50 metre outdoors.
Oh, yeah.
How's the temperature outdoors?
It's pretty nice. It's heated, so they turn it up in the winter when we're just out there for a bit longer.
Yes.
Until we can get inside, but in the summer they turn it down, so it's quite cool in there for us.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Yes. Well, thanks for having me.
No, very well. You're very welcome.
Okay.
And I'll let you go and get ready for your race.
Well, thank you.
I'm so looking forward to seeing you race.
Thank you.
And Grandad Dave and
Nanny Carol.
Nari Carol.
Yes.
She'll be ready in 3 events time.
Yes, they will be ready.
Get another cup of tea. Don't fall asleep.
No.
Have a couple of bickies.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I was going to say, if there's anyone else that has relations abroad, we can do a bit of a shout out. If anyone wants to come and say hello to their relations that are watching, I'll just say hello if my mum and dad are watching, Paula and Bill. They're in Nunthorpe near Wilkesboro. They might be listening. They love all sport. Here we go. I think we're ready to rumble. Yeah, the girls are all ready. You can see. Jumping, getting ready. You've got to be pretty much warm from the get-go for a 50 freestyle. You've got to be ready. Get your nervous system ready for that start. Getting off the blocks as fast as you can. Yeah, that's really good seeing those jumps there from Dragon Summer. Ivy Ryan, only 9 years old. Here we go. Nice start from all the girls there. You can see though in lane 4 using the best of her underwater work, Georgie Kennett. She is the fastest qualifier, has been under the 30-second mark before, and she has taken an absolute storming lead here, coming under the 5-metre flags. 29.72, very good. Second was Millie Kyle, Millie from South Gippsland. Nellie Gray, sorry, second 32.19, Millie Kyle 33.55 for third. Now it's fast and furious. We've got heat 2 in the water. We have Talia McGubbin. She's also been under that 30-second mark in lane 4 and she's away. Looks like she'll get to the 25-metre mark well ahead. Out in lane 8 and 9, Willow Orchard from Traralgon, only 10, and Charlotte Backman from the Warrigal Swimming Club. They're looking pretty good, but a convincing lead there. Well done, Thalia McGovern. 29.66.
So once again, the two girls under that 30-second mark. I think they're going to have a fantastic race in the final tonight.
Yeah, Summer Davis second, 33.55. So you're looking at about a 33 to get into that final. So we've got Mia McGuffey from the Wangaratta Stingrays. She's got a 32.41 personal best. Girls are a little bit more closely seeded in this heat. But Mia looks like she's taken the lead there in lane 4, followed by lane 5, Jessica McMillan Bendigo East. And Ruby Stagger from Moe. Well done there, 32.25, followed by a 33.45 from Jessica. So yeah, Jessica second, 33.46, Ruby Stagg third, 33.91. So anything under the 33 mark will get you into that final. This is the final heat. We have Zahara Kithley from the Shepperton Swimming Club. She's youngest in this heat, 10 years of age. But really having a great swim up in lane 7, Zahara Kithley, 10 years of age. She's thought, I'm having a go at this, knows that it's only going to take a 33 seconds.
Yeah, she was off to a flying start through that first 25. It's both of the outside lanes. I think Zara will hold on to take the win there. 35.89 for her, ahead of Amelia Conway, who really caught up in those last 10 metres. So some great PBs from the girls out of that fourth and final heat.
Yeah, Clementine Chapman there, 36.51, came in third place. So well done, girls. Now the boys this morning. Again, we've got Henry Arnott.
He broke the country event record yesterday, smashing under Alexander Sabelis's record set in 2012. He's chasing down the record set in 2018 by his teammate from Traralgon, Ashley Nichols, who's also competing across the weekend. Off to a great start, already out nicely in front of his compatriot Hayden Rawson, also from Traralgon. It's going to be just over his entry time this morning, 30.30. Tonight's one, it really counts. It's
absolutely. And it's seeded, and you've got your next fastest competitor next to you. Yeah, it makes all the difference in those 50s.
Well, on entry, that swimmer is in lane 4 in this heat. Caden Gunn comes in with a 30.53, so just over what we saw Henry go in that first heat. Better start though here from Riley Bartlett in lane 5. He had the early lead. Caden, a little bit of work to do, but he's already starting to make his way up alongside, breathing towards Riley.
Fantastic leg kick there from Caden.
Comes through with the win there, 31.11. Jack Baker finishes in second.
Bartran from the Ballarat Swimming Club, 30.68 in lane 4. He's our fastest qualifier this race. He's taken a great lead there.
Yeah, flying through that first 25, already a body length ahead of Benjamin Edgar. the 10-year-old in lane 3.
See what time he can get here.
It's going to be one of the fastest swims this morning. 30.84 for Kartran.
It's very close to his PB. Yeah, Kartran there.
Take your marks.
8-4 of 4, in they go. Not circular seeded, so everyone about the same standard. Looks like it's the top lanes. Emerson Salvamini from the Wangaratta Amateur Swimming Club and Ted Gladman from Ballarat Gold. But just coming through there in lane 4 is Eli Hutty from Traralgon. Traralgon's got a good few young swimmers here. Oh, nice and close. They're in lane 2. Scott Hudson from Wodonga City. We have our multi-class 50-metre backstroke. Ava Dennis, fastest qualifier in the centre lane. Saw a lot of her yesterday, swimming very well, Ava. Ava swimming in both the multi-class and the able-bodied races.
Yeah, I've seen a few athletes swimming in both their multi-class events as well as the individuals in their age group for able-bod. Another one of those swimmers I noticed yesterday was Amy Bale out of lane 3, just 11 years of age, so one of the youngsters racing against her sister Lisa Bale.
Very good though, Ava. And then we've got honourable Amy Bale, yep, and her sister right next to her, Lisa. So these will be sorted into 14 and under tonight, final.
Yeah, so they get their heat swims this morning, and they are combined age groups. And then for the finals later on today, the timed finals will be in final A, which will be the 14 and unders, and then your B final will be the 15 and overs. So heat 2 now behind the blocks, ready to go.
There we go, the girls have those ledges to be able to grip onto that start. She's good down that end because they've got those sort of slatted wall, which would be very hard to start off if we didn't have those ledges, I think.
They do have a little bit of grip on them, those walls. They're not too bad.
Sarah Howe doing very well, and alongside her Mackenzie Gibbs. Mackenzie from Sale has swum in a lot of events. Today, second, we had Anna Layton from Ballarat Gold. Both Anna and Sarah Howe from the same swimming club.
And we'll wait for those point scores to determine which of our swimmers come back and race tonight.
So more in the men's 50 back multi-class. We have 3 heats.
$50 backstroke, the popular race.
Certainly is.
Definitely wasn't in the 200 for the boys.
No, that's right. Yeah, just been a straight final.
Just watching Olivia Johnson. Yesterday she had quite a few races, Olivia.
She did.
Lots of support from her team at South Gippsland.
And it's very daunting, you know, being in an outdoor pool in a backstroke event when it is your first championships. Sort of for your orientation, you know, where you are in the pool, etc. She comes into that finish. She's getting great support, everyone cheering her on. Oh, fantastic. Big cheer goes out. Well done, all the girls there. As you can see, the time's up there, but yeah, we won't, as Callie said, we won't know until the points are collated nearest to the world record for your classification. Then that will mean who is in the finals. All right, here we go for the men's class back. We have age ranges from 11 to 34 in this heat. Lovely smooth stroke there from Dylan Logan. Next to him, a little bit of a race from lane 3, Eli Kerr, and in lane 5, Lockie Bellion.
Yeah, all 3 of those athletes have been showcasing some good performances across yesterday and back in action this morning, doing really nicely there. It'll be Dylan who gets the touch on the wall, 34.12 ahead of Eli, 36.24, and Lockie 37.48.
And we have James Logan in the next heat, brother of Dylan.
Got a few brothers within this event.
Yeah.
The Logans,
The Blitzers. Oh no, they're not the Blitzers. Let's see.
2
Good
11-year-olds in that first heat, Oliver and Blake finishing. Little PB there for Blake Warren.
Great start there from lane 5, Matthew Skews. Yeah, he's got a very good stroke rate over the top of the water. Really going for it. But lane 4 catching up, James Logan. You obviously can see that Matthew's ahead. So a nice little race going on between these two. And then also Levi Jarrett and Max Chandler. And in for that finish, 3rd place, Levi Jarrett. So they'll know pretty much how many points they'll be they're very good at calculating their points. I think when it means, you know, getting into a final or not, or a record, etc., they know exactly where they're at with their point score.
Some big cheers for the Shepparton swimmer Kobe Wilson in lane 1. Entry time 1:30.46.
Well done.
And he smashed that one. He's done a 1:23.45.
Well worth the trip all the way from Shepparton.
Brilliant swim for Kobe, well done. Those teammates, that support, that's pushed him through.
Yeah. His coach is very happy for him. So the final heat then, Riley Blitz in lane 4 has had a cracking weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been really good to see Riley making a return to the sport after a little bit of time off.
Oh, yeah.
After he finished school, he went into working. There's a hard balance to do both, and
yes,
just getting back into it, it's always a fun time. So it's been really nice. I think he set some pretty low standards and expectations of himself, and he's exceeded those. So that's been really good to see.
Fantastic. And hopefully some of his workmates might be here to cheer him on online. Well, he hasn't lost any of his talent, has he? Fantastic finish there, and second, Leon Ginley from the Wonderful Swimming Club. Big shout out from Byron Doran. He's in lane 1 from South Gippsland Bass.
Well, we saw Kobe's entry time of a 1:30, and he dropped off 7 seconds with some support along the sidelines. So hopefully we can get Byron onto that wall. His entry time's a 1:39. Some nice cheers coming from the crowd.
It's a shame, really, that we haven't got our stopwatches out to see.
I said yesterday I was going to. Of course I've got mine in my bag.
Yeah, I have too.
Hey, yeah, 1, 2. Hey, 1, 2.
Come on, Byron, you're nearly there. That's it, good lad.
The stopwatches nearly made their way overseas with me. They were still in my handbag on the way to the airport. Well done, Byron.
Well done. All right, here we go for the girls' 1500 fly. We'll have to have a bit of a test start again, I think. Now we've moved back to this end.
We love a test start.
Honestly, the officials, you've got to say, they're from one end to the other. They're doing a great job, aren't they?
They're doing a few more kilometres than you and I are today, Sam.
Certainly.
It's a big job for our technical officials. They do fantastic work.
Yes.
We couldn't have these competitions without them, so we're very, very thankful.
Yeah. We certainly are. Yeah, they do a fantastic job. And like you said, they do a few kilometres. Mind you, when we're coaching, we do a fair few, don't we? Up
I was
and down
about to
with
say
our
when we retire from coaching, we'll have
yeah,
to
that's right.
take on the role of TO.
Oh, we get good snacks. That would be great. Well, it wouldn't be great for me because I would just be eating all the snacks.
All right, they are away. The girls in event 49, the 14, 15 years, 100-metre butterfly. And I am, must say, very impressed by the showcase in this one. 5 heats of girls,
Yes.
14, 15, 100 fly. With the early lead, it is lane 4. Our circle-seated heats, we tend to see this, those centre 3 lanes taking off a little bit. But I do love to see if anyone on those outside lanes can really push it to our fastest, our top 10 qualifiers in the middle. As we go into that 50-metre turn, though, it will be Hannah Buchanan, followed onto the wall by Sophia Beaton, the girls from Ballarat and Ballarat Gold.
Really going for it this morning, I've got to say. I think that tailwind, I'm thinking if we come down this second 50, we're going to get a little bit of help, which is fantastic. Oh my goodness, what a finish. These two girls are neck and neck. Hannah Buchanan just taking that out from Sophia Beaton. Good times there this morning. Heat 2, we've got Lily Goodman is the fastest qualifier with a 1:08.82. So under that 1:10 mark, probably will get you into that final, looking at the heat before. But really going out well is Naya Chapman from the South Gippsland Bass Swimming Club. She obviously feels really good.
She looks really good too.
Yeah, she's just thinking, I'm going out at my own pace. She is younger in the age group, it's 14, 15 years. Hanging on there now, we have lane 6. Sophia Graham from Wodonga City, and coming up on her shoulder, lane 7, Georgie Vague from the Geelong Swimming Club. So it is a blanket along the top.
Certainly tightened up throughout this last 15 metres. Great swim there by Phoebe Balcombe, though. She's just taken off in the last 15. She came right up alongside Lily Goodman and just kept shifting through the field. Second will actually go to Sienna Hunt as well, who finished really, really solidly in that last 15 also. So a lot of swapping and changing throughout that heat.
Yeah, Phoebe Balcombe there takes it out. Sienna Mount second and Naya Chapman third. Maybe if we have...
All right, so it's the third of our 5 heats of the 14, 15 years 100 fly. And these girls, the last of our circle-seated heats. Arabella Johnson in lane 4. Picked up a few medals last night.
Yeah, she did. Looked very good, gotta say. Pippa Brown there next to her in lane 5, looking pretty strong. But once again, you know, it's pretty tight up this first 50.
I think onto the wall, it will be Bryn Kirk who went through.
Yeah, Wodonga City.
In front. Keep an eye on the middle. We do see Arabella in a few of those longer events.
Yes, so she's got great endurance. You can see she is actually pushing her way through with every stroke now. So well called there, Karlia. Hanging on in lane 5, we have Pippa Brown, teammate.
And Bryn Kirk has held on really well from
She
a fast
has.
first lap. She might actually get the touch. It will be all about the timing here. It will go to Bryn, 1:11.59, ahead of Arabella, 1:12.14. And then it was Lucy down in lane 3. Sorry, Lucy in lane 2, who's touched it in third. Lucy Pascoe, 1:12.41.
Lovely swimsuit on Neve Harrison there from the Ballarat Swimming Club. That's from Funky Trunks. I do like that style.
Now being posted. Any withdrawals for finals need to be completed within 30
Doing
minutes
very well
after the
there.
results have been finalised.
Up Neve.
Please see the technical
I was going to say it must be the
Must
suit.
be
She's
the
gone
suit,
out
I tell you.
beautifully.
Yeah, she has.
Also swimming pretty quick here, lane 3, Kayla Welsh from South Gippsland Bass. And a few of their girls put together a really solid first 50 in this 100 fly. She's going to turn around the same time.
Yeah, lane 0, Abby Smith, Geelong Swimming Club, has snuck up there. She can hear all those cheers, I think, from the coaching staff on pool deck.
And doing well on the far side of the pool
Yeah.
is Alvie Evans Bar. So it's almost a race of 3 between lane 0, lane 3 and lane 7 here.
Be nice to see them get under that 120 mark, because they've all got 120 as their personal best times, and it does look like they might get there.
They're well under it
Yeah.
at the moment.
Right.
It will be Alvie who touches in first, 1:17.70, ahead of Kayla, 1:18.29.
Yeah.
My
And
apologies.
Abby Smith. Yeah.
I don't think her touchpad went off to start. I was
Yeah.
wondering where she disappeared to. So she's finished in second behind Alvie Evans Bar there.
Two sisters here, Isabel De Lima and Julia De Lima, against each other in this final heat with Keziah Wolf from Benalla. Training together, going to.
And the big shout out to the team from Benalla. I think they were telling me
Yeah.
they have about 9 athletes racing across the weekend, after a lot of them being around that very fire affected area.
Yes.
Unfortunately, one of their coaches lost their home in the bushfires, so sending our thoughts to the team from Benalla, but such a great job they've done, and not only trying to save their houses, they came to my rescue yesterday in this freezing wind that we've had, and delivered blankets to us here on pool deck. So big thanks to the team from Benalla. You guys are awesome.
Looking very good coming into this final few metres from Keziah. Well done. Very nice. He touches first in a 1:18, so she gets well under her entry time. Isabel just touches out her sister Julia. So again, the boys, only 3 heats of this 100 fly. Off and away, middle lanes. Jacob Ritchie's, such a good day yesterday. Xavier Gray next to him in lane 5, Sale Swimming Club. But Jacob with a 57.48 entry time. It's very impressive. But Xavier's sort of hanging on to his feet. He's got a 103.82.
Yeah, Jake looking really smooth here. It looks relaxed. He's not overdoing it on the legs. They almost look like they're just dragging along behind, but all they're needing to do is keep his buoyancy and keep his hips up.
Yeah.
Great swim from him. The time there, 101.11. Nice easy one to remember. Xavier will finish in second, 103.85. And then it was Joseph who touched the wall in third at a 105.65.
That's pretty close to Xavier's PB, so he's swimming well this morning. Decided to blow out the cobwebs in that 100. Jacob's the only one with a time under the minute PB, so somebody will be looking to try and do that tonight. Cooper Scott is in there from Wodonga City, 102.70. Then Oliver Callio from Ballarat Gold. But Cooper must feel very good this morning. Nice long stroke. Thinking after his breath. You need to sink down so you get that elastic band effect, twang forward.
I've not heard it being spoken about like that.
There you
I
go.
like that one. So down the second 50, it's those two middle lanes out fairly comfortably in front here. Oliver ahead of Cooper Scott. Cooper just starting to close that gap a little bit down this second 25 of the final 50. Not going to be a lot of difference between them on the actual finish compared to at the 50-metre turn. Oliver 101.60, about half a second behind the time set by Jacob before. Cooper's gone a 103.09, and then it'll be Alexander Graham in a 107.70.
So we have the final heat. Only 3 for the boys compared to 5 for the girls. It's not a competition, obviously, but you know. Just an observation, lads.
Everything's a competition. This is sport.
It is.
A quick start there from the technical officials. They were away nicely, the boys. The far side of the pool got the better of them. It will be lane 5 leading us through the 25-metre point. And that is Tom McMahon ahead of Thomas Sahar.
That's right, these boys, got to remember, got to be doing your flexibility, your shoulder flexibility exercises for butterfly. Makes it much easier to swim if you are more flexible. And then when your strength comes in, you've got strength and flexibility together. Wind picking up. So they have a headwind at the moment coming back on this second 50.
This is a great swim by Tom McMahon in lane 5.
Certainly is.
He let Thomas Sahar catch up to him a little bit on the underwater, and he's starting to creep back now throughout this second lap. But put together a great swim. Those two boys pretty comfortably out in front. It will be Tom McMahon who takes that one out in a 105.02 ahead of Thomas Sahar, 105.56. And then it was Oliver Dyer, 108.47. who touched in third. And that 108 time there will be about the 10th swimmer going into the final. I think Toby Salter maybe might creep in 10th. There was 4 under 106 in the first heat.
Wow.
That was the fastest of the 3. And we move on to a little bit more splishy splash. 100 freestyle for our Women's Open event.
Blue ribbon event.
One of Australia's best
Certainly is. We've got a lot of good freestylers in Australia. Eva Candy is the fastest seed in this with a 58.65. And she's getting out there this morning. Must feel good. She's done a few events and the 100 fly being her best event, I would think. But she does have a few, but she's really out there well this morning. Nice on freestyle to get a lead up that first 50.
Well, she's out well under that 30-second mark, so
Nice.
it's a really good sign, especially in the heats, putting together a good heat swim. Still sitting pretty comfortably, Arabella Johnson, who's just climbed out from the event before.
Yes, she has.
She's hopped back in the water. Lucky she does some 400 IMs and things. It's just a broken one for her today, basically. And then you've got Genevieve down in lane 3, who's also coming right up alongside Ava. Looks like Arabella might get the touch there. It's going to be pretty close, not quite, only 2 100ths between it. So Ava Candy 101.68, Arabella 101.70, and then Genevieve Dennis 102.6.
Pretty good for this time of the morning. And here we have Sia Fong Sutton coming up in this heat, also been swimming fantastically well in that backstroke yesterday. Claudia Coroato in lane 3 and Zara Reynolds in lane 5 from Bendigo East. Teammates next to each other.
Take your marks.
Actually, no. Looks like Zara Reynolds isn't swimming today. So Katie Macklin in lane 6 will have to concentrate 2 lanes across.
Good opportunity for a few of these girls sitting around that 10th and 11th spot to try and sneak their way into a final. Azia will go around in about a 28 high there, pretty comfortably. There's Claudia Croato doing well in lane 3 next to her. And then over in lane 8, it's Emily Cardamone from Kilmore, who's actually having a pretty fantastic swim here. She's currently sitting in, it was 3rd off the wall, but she might have moved her way into 2nd place.
Yeah, good on her. She's just really gone for it up that first 50 and held on, so she'll be racing Claudia.
So 100 for Azia. Claudia gets 2nd, 103.1, and Emily 103.84 is 3rd.
So final heat of the 3 heats. It's amazing. We had 5 heats of the fly and only 3 heats of the freestyle. Fly swimmers in the country.
So away they go. Phoebe Balcom back in the water as well here.
We have an infraction report for
After
event 50, heat 3,
that swim moments
lane
ago.
5. Initiated a start before the signal. That's event 50, heat 3, lane 5.
Tom McMahon there from the Geelong Swimming
The
Club.
results of event 49, the girls 14 and 15 years 100 metre butterfly, have now been posted. Any withdrawals for finals need to be completed within 30 minutes after the results have been finalised. Please see the technical director for any withdrawals, located in the recording tent.
So Claire Matheson still nicely out in the lead, ahead of Phoebe. And Emily McMillan doing well in lane 3. She looks like she's going to pick up 3rd.
So 101.95 at the girls in heat 1, 101. So they'll all be very close together with Azia Fong Sutton taking the centre lane for tonight's final.
So that puts, I believe, around Zoe Jennings, who was a 104 as about the 10th qualifier into the final.
Pretty quick. And talking of our record holder from previously, we've got Ashley Nichols in lane 4 with a 50.95 entry time. That is very quick.
Yeah, if he can perform around that speed today or even tonight, that country event record is under threat. 51.63 set in 2022 by Xander Coates. The country record is 50.60 from back in 2014, and that was Isaac Jones, who went on to race in collegiate swimming over in the US as well.
Well, Ash looks really commanding in this and very smooth. Great finish.
It's a quick turnaround there for Jake, who touches in third, just behind Austin Robbins from Bendigo East. So pretty cruisy from the first heat here.
Yeah, 55.12 from Ash. So 4 and a bit seconds slower than his actual best time. But the wind has really picked up here. So he would have been fighting that on the way back for sure.
I was just happy to see Aussie's done a little PB there in second. So PBs in the morning are always a really good sign.
They certainly are. It means that you're likely going to do one in the afternoon. Lane 5 off to a blistering start. Cameron Jordan from Bendigo East. Next to lane 4, Shane Asprey from the Traralgon Swimming Club.
Yeah, Cam's been putting together some nice freestyles. Ever since country short course, he really stepped up, particularly in his 50. So not surprised to see him out quickly here. See what the boys around him can do. Cody in lane 6, distance background. He certainly has a little bit of room to give in the second 50. Also doing well out in lane 8. Here's Raphael Rush from Geelong Sharks. He's right up in this mix as well. But here comes Shane Asprey alongside Cam as he shortens up a little bit under the flags. He will hold on though for the win. Pretty quick time, 54.84. Shane in second, 55.48. And then it was Zach who finished in third, 56.06.
Yeah, Cameron Jordan is the fastest qualifier so far, so let's see what Sebastian Christie Crane can pull out. He has a 53.64 entry time. Starting as he means to go on there, Sebastian Christie Crane in that lane 4. But up in lane 2 we have Thomas Smith, who's decided to give it a red hot go up this first 50.
Yeah, Thomas did really well at the Victorian Sprint Championships back at the end of November. Started really putting on some top quality performances. So
but look at this.
He was out really fast in that first 50.
Yeah. Sebastian Christie Crane really continuing to power on, and lane 5, Eamon McCarthy from Warrnambool hanging on to his hips, onto his teammates' hips. Christie Crane goes 53.96. Followed by Eamon on a 55.15 and Thomas Smith on a 56.29. So that became our fastest heat so far.
It's going to be pretty close between about 8th to 12th there. There's a lot of those boys hovering around that 56 mark. There was a 56.06, a 56.10, a 56.16, a 56.29, a 56.62.
Wow.
There's a few on 56, Sam.
You're back on form with the maths.
I'm back on my maths duty today.
You certainly are this morning. I think I need another coffee before my brains.
Let's mix it up a little bit now. We move on to our 12-year-old girls 100-metre breaststroke. We have 4 heats in this event. And already with a nice early lead here is Jordan Camfield from Geelong, doing well in that blue cap in the centre of the pool. Her teammate Zara Gilmore not too far behind.
Yeah, lovely technique there from Jordan. Got a few really good breaststroke swimmers from Geelong. Some that have moved to the Gold Coast, now train up there. So national champions in the girls. So maybe following in the footsteps of the great. Looking very good, both Jordan Camfield and Zara Gilmore. Then we have in lane 6 Daisy Gillam-Rodder from South Gippsland Bass, also had quite a few good breaststrokers in the past, and this is the future. Nice finish from Jordan in a 1:21.86. Fantastic time for a 12-year-old. Lane 5, Zara Gilmore 1:27.50, and Daisy finishes with a 1:32.04. We have 4 heats of this 100 breaststroke for the 12 years. That time would have made the final of the women's 100 breaststroke.
Certainly would have. I think 123 was the cutoff.
That just shows what a talent we have in this event. Kayla Wright from Mildura. As that sort of over-water recovery. Next to her, lane 5, Zhang Jing Kao from Ballarat Gold.
Yeah, these 3 girls in the middle of the pool, they almost
critical.
all have different breaststroke techniques completely.
They do.
But they're all swimming very similarly at the moment, pace-wise. They come into that 50-metre turn.
Yeah, Florence Wright from Traralgon, a more traditional breaststroke stroke, leaning forward. So, yeah, breaststroke, it's a very individualised stroke. No one size fits all. And, yeah, you do see some very different techniques. And what works for one may not work for another. But lane 5 pulling away, Zhao Xing Kao from Ballarat Gold. But look, coming back on her.
Yeah, it honestly looked like Kayla had a little cheeky peek to her right as Jung Qing started to make a bit of a move, and she lifted her rate as well, Kayla did, to try and match it. It's not quite going to get her the win from the second heat, but pretty quick heat swim from both of those girls, 1:23.59, 1:23.95.
Yeah, Zhang
And then it was
Jing.
Florence, 1:26. So a bit faster than the last heat was for those 3rd and 4th placings.
Still 3 girls well under that 1:30 mark at 12 years of age. Fantastic swimming. Here's Sophie Lee from Kangaroo Flat in lane 4. Seen a lot of Sophie.
The results of event 51, the women's 100 metre.
I was having a little chat to Soph this morning after her swims yesterday, and such a lovely girl. She's saying she's had the 100 breaststroke and the 100 butterfly are up today for these girls, the 12-year-olds. And she said usually this one's her favourite, but today she was actually looking forward to the butterfly more. So I'll be really keen to see that from Soph. But already in this breaststroke, looking very, very solid in lane 4 here.
Yeah, she does. Decided to go with her own, but very smooth. She's got a lovely smooth breaststroke.
Stays under nicely for the whole split stroke. Getting out just past that 7-metre mark almost. Really nice for a youngster.
But lane 5 and lane 6 are doing very well. We've got Josie Richard from South Gippy Bass and also Anwil Ray from Bendigo East.
Yeah, so Ray's just come back from a nice little holiday over to Japan across Christmas. So not sure how much training was going on over there, but I'm sure they had such a wonderful time. Sloth will come in to take out the third heat there in a 1:24.03. Josie finishes in second in a 1:27.10. And then Ray gets her hands on the wall, not too far behind. I'm just waiting for that time to come up. 1:28.50. So all three of those girls will get themselves a spot into the final.
Well, Ray's done a 5-second PB there.
She's got a good coach now. No, she's a very hard worker, Ray. Very pleased to see her drop under that 1:30 mark.
Yeah, well, she must have done some swimming in Japan. Did she do skiing? That's good for your legs, isn't it?
I'm sure she did a lot of walking. I know I did.
Yes, yes. Yes, well, the underground system, if you're in Tokyo and that, it's really
great. Well, if you get lost, you do a lot of walking
you do,
under there too.
Yeah. There's not a lot of English, subtitles in the tube stations.
All right, it's our fourth and final heat of the girls' 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. All three of these girls sit at that 1:41 mark. Can we sneak any of them under the 1:40? It's always nice to break those barriers, like 30 seconds and 40 or 1:30 and things like that. So if we can see that 1:39 on the board for them, I'm sure that would be a nice start to their Saturday. We've had a wonderful start to our Saturday. There's been some really, really close races in the chances of making those finals. It's been very tight between sort of that 6th all the way through to 15th. About 10 athletes all trying to vie for those spots in the top 10. The girls here in the outside lanes 3 and lane 5, doing well. Just out in front of Isabella Williams from Warragul, so Darby Hunter in lane 3, just ahead of Jada Anisi from Ballarat GCO.
They're doing so well because the wind's just picked up. They're doing an excellent job down this last 25.
So fighting the fatigue in their legs as well as the wind. Oh, they're going to come well under this 1:40 mark. What was I worried about? Darby Hunter 1:38.36. Jada gets under as well, 1:39.88. And Isabella rounds out the field there in a 1:42. Congratulations to all our 12-year-old girls. Let's see now what the boys can do, because those girls were quick. I think they're going to be a bit quicker than some of these boys here.
Yes, I think so. And I've got to say, that looks great for the future, doesn't it? Of country. Victorian breaststroke. I'm very impressed with that age group in the breaststroke events.
Please assist with dropping down the tents in the timekeeping area. Some volunteers from Barwon Southwest, could you please come as quickly as possible? We do need to lower these tents.
Just taking a little break because of the wind picking up so much. They're going to have to lower the tents in the marshalling area in case they take off. Here we go. Heat 1 of the boys. Got quite a battle on. In this having a nice glide out in the start. Jack Lomax keeping his stroke nice and long up this first 50.
He does have that nice glide phase, just hits that full extension. Can be easy in 100 breaststroke to want to rush and panic, and you want to go faster, and it's these athletes, they're trying to put in more effort, but it's actually slowing them down.
That's right. you've got to kind of be brave and just, you know, keep your stroke long and path of least resistance. But Hai Kang Kar there from Warragul coming through down this last 50. He has actually got his stroke rate up a bit. That can work for some swimmers, and it's working for him.
Yeah, he's right up alongside Jack now. Not quite going to get the touch on the wall though, just mistimed it a little bit. Jack 124.38, Hai Kang is a 124.59, and then it was William Zhang from Geelong 126.66.
So they have brought the times down. Must have saw what the girls did and thought, we've got to up our game here.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure at 12 years old you definitely don't want to be beaten by the girls in your squad.
You certainly don't. That's true. Sometimes they don't even want to train in the same lane. It's like boy germs, girl germs. I'm like, guys, can we just mix up the lanes, please?
How dare you ask that? We love a bit of a boys versus the girls relay training.
Yes. Well, when they're young, they're very, very, you know, until the boys get their testosterone, you know, they're quite, it's
always close.
Challenging, yes, and very close. Looking very good though. Samuel Boletto there from Wodonga City. They've also had a fantastic history of breaststroke swimmers in Wodonga and Albury.
Yes, that area seems to just produce some phenomenal breaststrokers.
Just have some good swim teachers there.
We come into the 50-metre turn. It will be Samuel ahead of Spencer, and not far behind him, Zachary.
Yeah, Zachary Gray's just been swimming previously, and he's back in for this 100 breaststroke from the Sale Swimming Club. But lane 5, Spencer Stanley. That's really strange because my best friend is Gaynor Stanley and her son is Spencer Stanley. That is like really weird. He was an excellent breaststroker. But Samuel Boletto looks like he's gonna take this home from Wodonga City in a 122.70. Spencer Stanley second, 128. 126.19, and Zachary Gray 126.21. So yes, they all are improving at a rapid rate. So both the 12-year-old girls and the 12-year-old boys breaststroke final is going to be very competitive this afternoon.
It's good to see. We're going to have some close finals. There's nothing more exciting than when you have a 100-metre event where there's that line across the pool of all the athletes coming into the wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, we come to kind of almost expect it in the 50s. There's not a lot of time difference, but in the 100, it can separate that a little bit more.
Yes, but it's looking very close, and we've got teammates next to each other here. Lucas Went from the Warragul Swimming Club and Logan Gibson in lane 5 from Warragul Swimming Club.
Both had great starts in underwaters, so obviously there's some good things happening in Warragul.
Yeah, they've had quite a few stroke clinics at Warragul. I think that's paying off. Neck and neck here. And then up in lane 8, Phoenix Aldersley from the Geelong Swimming Club is making a really good charge from the outside lane.
It'd be great if you can hold on down this second 50.
Ruben Grief as well from Ballarat in that red cap in lane 3, doing very well.
Looking around that 128 as the cutoff for the final in this one.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas has thought, I'm in lane 4, I'm meant to win this, so I'm taking it.
It's going to be a quick swim from Lucas Wentz. The time 122.44 ahead of Logan, 123.35. And it will be Phoenix over in lane 8 who touches in third, 129.58, maybe just outside the final. It'll be close.
The last heat. Once again, these boys all have times over the 140, so let's see if they can smash that 140 barrier. Two Bendigo Hawks swimmers next to each other, Bailey Stone and Connor Elliott in lanes 5 and 6. Fastest is Corey McMillan in lane 4, but lane 5's really taken it out. Bailey Stone from Bendigo Hawks. So I was seeing a more traditional, lower sort of breaststroking stroke, but very effective. Nice and smooth. In lane 2 we have Dylan Dixon.
So Bailey comes into the 50-metre turn, touches around 42 high, 43 low, setting himself up pretty nicely to try and be well under that 140. He could go around a lot closer to that 130 mark if he can hold on throughout this second 50. Breaststroke a little bit tougher to maintain the same speed. In freestyle, we kind of hope for about a 1 to maybe 2 second drop off in the second 50. And backstroke can also be pretty similar. Breaststroke and butterfly, we see a bit more of a drop-off, so the closer you can hold on, the better. But fantastic swim for from Bailey Stone. He's well and truly in front of the rest of the field, who are almost in a straight line now behind him.
Yes, they are. Nice and close, but well done. He's going to be well under that 140 mark.
132.
Nice. It's a 10-second personal best.
Got to be happy with that one. Second will go to Xander over in lane 7, 141.92, and then Dylan down in lane 2, 142.13. So they went close to breaking under the 140, but not quite.
So we've got the 50 breast coming up for the women, 18 and over.
Oh, we're never going to be. Make sure that they're able to swim. You know, like I officiated yesterday, so you know, we're able to do that and be part of it. So, yeah. Fair enough, yeah.
So we just swap down to that 50-metre end of the pool. Resetting up our timing system. Hopefully it won't take as long as before. There were a few technical issues with the PowerPoints.
Yeah, it seems like it's all ready to go, so it's a pretty swift transition. They must have gotten rid of the glitches, the system.
No more of that. Just more fast swimming. So a couple of empty lanes here on our side of the pool, lane 0 and 1. 2 through to 9 though have all turned up in the 18 and over women's 50-metre breaststroke, and away they go.
Looks like going very well at the top. At first was Hannah Simmons from Southwick Sandbass, but it's the middle lanes as well now. Elena Pistron, nice to see her back in the pool, and Sophie McKenzie from Southwick Sandbass. Sophie just taking that out in a 35.21. Elena 35.54, and Nicole Briscoe takes that third spot, 36.50. lane 2, we have our very own Anna Sediak, who does some commentary for us. A big shout out to Anna there, who competed at the World Masters Championships. But it looks like lane 5, Rosie Britton from Wodonga City is really streaking ahead with lane 6, Zoe Dowler from Traralgon.
Yeah, Anna Mattel down in lane 2. She had a really nice first 25 and has been maintaining that throughout. I think she's going to get this one.
She is.
Not far behind her will be Emily. And then Rosie touches in third there. A little bit slower than the first heat, so 36s for the first two girls. 36.35, 36.98. And then Rosie 37.25. Away we go now with the third heat of 5. This seemed to be a bit of a favourite for the 18 and overs, 5 heats.
Yes.
Start from Talani Bibi over in lane 5. Starting to move through is Katie down in lane 3, Katie Mitchell from Traralgon, and then joining them, Trinity O'Keefe in the centre. So it is a race of 3. It looks like Talani just in front of Katie. Onto the touch though, Katie gets her hands on the wall first by about 0.1, 36.50 ahead of Talani, 36.68, and Trinity O'Keefe in 37.14. Very similar to the previous heat.
Great time, Katie, very happy with that. Katie, 38 years old.
38 years young, Sam.
Young, sorry, should I say, yeah. Yeah, so she's doing very well there. Fist pump must have been a PB.
It's a 36.92 entry, so a nice little half-second drop for Katie Mitchell. Heat 4 in the water. All of these guys sitting around that 42-second mark, pretty solidly across, other than Chanel Simsik in lane 4, who's just under at a 41.8.
Yeah, so there's an absolute straight line. I think we're looking at lane 8, Jocelyn Cameron from Yarrawonga.
Yeah, she looks just ahead of Georgia in lane 5. That far side, though, doing really well here.
Jocelyn Cameron takes it out from Yarrawonga, 40.91. Georgia Turner from Warrnambool, 41.28. Nirvana Donnan, 41.70. From Ararat.
The Rat.
Yes. So, last heat. Shannon Lorimer from the Traralgon Swimming Club, 44 years young. Let's go.
She swam really well yesterday,
Yeah,
Shannon.
let's go, Shannon.
100-metre breaststroke have now been posted. Any withdrawals from this final?
But Sarah Collard from Geelong Sharks, 21.
Please see the technical director for any withdrawals.
Really watering on there. But catching her up, Warrnambool Summit, Denby Lamb. Well, it could be anybody's coming up in lane 4 as well. Ella Sherman. But Denby Lamb hangs on for a 44.94. Ella Sherman second, 44.95. And Sarah Collard, 45.32. And a nice swim from Shannon Lorimer out there in lane 3. Men's 50 breast.
I think this one's going to be a fast one.
Where does Cameron train?
With us, obviously.
Oh, he does train with you guys.
Of course he does.
He hasn't like gone into the city, like to the VIS or anything like that.
No, why would you need the VIS when you have John Jordan?
Well, true, true. Your dad, you mean?
Well, not my dad, Cameron's dad.
Cameron's dad, yeah.
He's everyone's dad,
Which is hard
John.
to be coached by your dad, actually, I should imagine, but maybe not. Good time there, though, from Cameron. 29.45, gets under that 30-second mark. Edward Medding second, 30.48, and James, his brother, 32.00. Shout out to Dylan Muir, the coach of South Gippy Bass, 31.93. 33.93. Just took 2 seconds off his time for him. Ash Nichols back in the water in lane 4. 29.22 is his entry time. Did very well in that relay last night, but so did Cameron Jordan. He caught up a long way. Ash looking very good, but Cam Juha, another coach from Terralgan, and Dane Schneider from Ballarat Gold doing very well. But yeah, Ash takes this out in a 31.15. Dane second, 31.39, and William Blackwood third, 33.24. Shout out to Cam Juha, the coach from Terralgan, 33.47. I think battle of the coaches, he might have just beaten Dylan Muir there, so.
And there is the official battle of the coaches later on today.
Yes, that's right, that's right. Just warming up.
So the second heat a little bit behind the speed set in heat 1. Let's see what the boys in the third heat can do. Brandon Wilson out of lane 4, fastest qualifier in this one. Also another one of our swimmers who's broken that 30-second mark. Already off to a half-body lead ahead of Austin Robbins in lane 5. And Joshua Stall in lane 3. Not too far behind them, Jackson swimming out of lane 6, but it's going to be Brandon onto the touch. 30.49, Aussie second, 31.85, equal. So we've got another equal placing today. Joshua Stall and Austin Robbins, both 31.85. No swim off for that one. They'll be pretty safely into the final with that time, I believe.
See, I'm getting excited now, Carlia, about the swim off. Your maths is already ahead.
I was going to say I didn't have my calculations going, but I'm pretty sure they'll be quite comfortably into that final.
I think your brain is like a computer. So you think if the answer is yes, they're not going to need one? I believe that completely.
Well, I wish it was more like a crystal ball and I could predict the Tuts Lotto numbers, but
yeah, that would be good.
it's only really good for swimming maths, apparently. It's not very good at budgeting maths. Okay, the boys in the fourth heat. It is Hayden out in the lead, half a body length ahead of Giles. And they come down under the flags. Hayden Gilbert's going to get this one. Pretty solid time. Big drop from his entry of a 38 down to a 34.58. I wouldn't mind a 4-second personal best at 19.
Yes.
Giles Peters in second, 36.84. He's also under his entry time. And then Cale Walker finishes in third out of that one. And we mixed it up again. So we come back down to the beautiful Kardinia Park end of the pool with the Geelong Cats Stadium behind us. Well, it's in front of us, but behind our swimmers. Back to one of our tougher races, the 100 butterfly. This time it's event 57, our women's 100-metre fly for our multi-class athletes. Just the one timed final this morning. Now, timed final for these guys. Their time still converted into that point system, closest or highest number of FINA points, World Para System point score. They will be your winners, your medalists from this event.
It looks like Meg Conhetti is she's been swimming very well, but must have decided to fly a miss. Start there from the girls. Women. Lovely flowing stroke, nice high hip action there from lane 5, Sarah Howe from Ballarat. All of the girls doing very well. The wind has died down for them, so that's fantastic.
That's nice of it, isn't it?
Isn't it? In that 100
It's
fly.
actually, you've said it, and now I think the wind's about to pick up, but just for a moment, it was very temperate weather. The sun popped out from under the clouds. The wind went to a lull. We've really set the scene for this 100 fly.
Yeah.
Sarah Howe doing nicely. She's come out of that turn, still maintaining a pretty solid lead ahead of Evie Lee, who's not far behind Adele York there, just sitting at her feet.
Looking very good there in lane 3. I've got to say, Evie Lee from Geelong.
Entry times are 1:27.
I think she's going to do better than that. She's on a 1:10 now. Hopefully she'll get a PB from this.
That'll be awesome to see. Sarah Howe touches the wall first in a 1:16.23. Evie now under the flags. Good job. Head down on that last stroke. It's just over, just so close. 1:27.40. And then Adele touches in third, 1:31.41 of the swimmers competing in this event. Adele and Evie are the same classification, so they'll be competing against the same world record. But Sarah Howe and Mackenzie Gibbs are the same classification, and then Tyra Jensen is a different classification as well. So we are going to have to wait for those point scores.
We've got David Bale from Wodonga. We have Lockie Bellion. Grace. From Corowa, we have Samuel Turner. Warrnambool, Eli Kerr. Bradley Dolan from Geelong.
And away they go. Once again, this event is a timed final this morning, so their medals are decided here and now. This is the time to put on a show. Lockie Bellion already out to a flying start. Solid lead down this first 50 ahead of Eli Kerr.
The results of event 56, the men's 18 and over 50-metre breaststroke, have now been posted. Any withdrawal from this final will need to be completed within 30 minutes after the results have been finalised.
Bellion got his stroke rate up there, must feel very good up that first 50. David Bale touching there alongside. Streaking ahead though, Lockie, he must feel very good this morning. His entry time is 1:13.89, so he is gonna smash that.
Yeah, it's been a great swim from Lockie there. Maybe a little bit of a glide onto the wall. I thought he was going to sneak into the 110s. It's a 1:11 flat. A nice easy one for him to remember as well, though. 1:19.12 for Eli Kerr. Just a little over his personal best. And then David Bale finishes 1:33.42. Bradley not far behind, 1:36.81. Looking good for Samuel Turner. This might be a big drop in time for him. 1:49.85, a 4-second PB for
Nice.
Sam.
All right, we're into the girls 16-17 backstroke. Claire Matheson is the fastest qualifier with a 1:05.31.
I'm freezed. All right, away we go now for event 59. The girls 16-17 years, 100 metres backstroke. You may have just caught me talking about the weather. It was meant to be 24 degrees here, and I think over in the grandstand where all of our spectators are watching, I reckon it's about 24 degrees over there, Sam, but we are sitting in a nice prime location to watch the finish line, and in the shade, I think it's about 7 degrees over here. It's pretty frosty.
And I'm in a wind cheater, and you're in a vest top. So, yeah, it's like...
But it's much nicer over in the pool. The sun is back out. So, perfect timing for the backstrokers, just kidding. They'll be definitely wanting to make sure that they do have those tinted goggles on.
Absolutely. Get some of those from Funkita.
Come down this first heat. It is Claire Matheson out in the lead, just ahead of Sarah Provoli in lane 5, and there's a bit of a gap between those two and Holly Hembrow, Memphis Johnson, as they come down into touch. Claire Matheson takes out heat 1, just under the 1:10 mark, a little over her entry time, 1:09.56. We'll wait for Sarah's time to pop up on the board there. It was a 1:11.04, Holly 1:15.68 in third.
So as we said before, the girls can see those times. They know what they have to do to get into the finals, so they'll be able to pace themselves.
Into the water now with our second of the 3 heats in the 16-17 years girls. It's a good start over in lane 7 there, actually, by Charlotte Morland from Warragul. And now we're just starting as we move through the halfway point down the first 50 to see those middle lanes push their way up. There's a race of 3 now between Pippa Barr, Zara Reynolds and Zoe Schneider. Zara just out in front. She'll turn in first.
Yeah, that's a really close turn from Pippa and Zoe turning together. It's who wants to push on the most. I think if you can see where you are, if you can see, say, if Pippa can see that she's third, you might think, well, I'll just conserve my energy for tonight. But looking very good. Lane 4 and 5, Zara Reynolds and Zoe Schneider, stroke for stroke.
Yeah, Zara just a little bit caught on the lane rope down this last 25. Hasn't slowed her up too much. She'll be quickest so far at a 109.82. I think that's a little bit faster than we saw from the previous heat. Pretty similar, both girls just under the 110. And then we've got Zoe on a 111.32, Pippa Barr on a 112.77.
So heat 3 of 3 coming up. We have Mia Roberts as the fastest qualifier with a 106.51. And the next fastest is Rani Matheson with a 112.39. So Pippa has on paper a 6-second advantage over the rest of the field. See how she goes.
Maya.
Maya, yeah. Sorry.
Pippa was in the last heat.
Yeah.
At the moment, I think Pippa is sitting in a possibility of around that top 10 time, around that 117. We had 4 people go 116 or less in heat 1.
Take your marks.
I like that head back position that Maya just had there for her start and comes up, yeah, with already half a metre lead.
Yeah, she really worked that underwater and had the advantage on the breakout. Going through with her was Rani Matheson in lane 5. They have that lead just purely based on that first 15 metres.
Yeah, they are teammates, so they'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses. But the first 3, Isabella Kilbourne from the Ballarat Swimming Club in that 3rd position. But yeah, it looks like she's going to go home here. She did go one side of the lane on the way up, and she's on the lane rope on the other side on the way back, probably using that lane rope as guidance to where she is. Had a little bit of a malfunction with the timing system.
And of course, it's the first race in a while I haven't started the stopwatch on.
Yeah.
Always the way.
So we have 4 heats of this boys 16-1700 back. We've seen a lot of Harrison Main so far. He's in good form from Wodonga City. And then 4 with...
And those results have just come through. So Maya now fastest qualifier 108.09. Rani Matheson 113.96 ahead of Isabel Kilbourne 114.48. That was nearly the fastest overall heat. So we move on. It's the boys. Event 16, the 17-year-old 100-metre backstroke for our boys. 4 heats of the boys outdoing the girls in this one.
Harrison Main just adjusting his legs there.
Take your marks.
Must have swapped a cap with one of the Korean swimmers that come over here. They were here for Vic Open Water Swimming, and I think at Vic Age as well. So he has a Go Faster cap on.
Good start down in lane 2 by Oscar Woyth.
Yes,
Right up alongside Harrison Main here as we come down under the flags.
So please wander out to the food truck and merchandise area and see what's on offer.
Very famous Olympic medalist from East Germany, Jörg Voith. He was a backstroker back in the day, so hopefully he will take after him and keep powering through.
Miller starting to close the gap now, creeping up right alongside Harrison. Very different very different in stroke rate there. Miller a lot higher, a lot speedier. Harrison just trying to stay ever so slightly in front. Big lunge to the wall. Harrison gets there. 104.28. Miller 104.84. And then it was Marley Sutherland in third. 106.80.
Zayden Burton next from Traralgon in lane 4 has got a 60.78 PB. So hopefully he might get under that minute, maybe not this morning but tonight. Very comfortable there, Zayden. With Jude De Silva Smith from Warrnambool staying with him, his hips at the moment. Well-timed turn from both of them. And then it's anyone's in lane 6 and 7, Jack Stonehouse, Xavier O.
Those two boys out in front just continue to pull away from the rest of the pack here a little bit. Zayden maintaining a body length on Jude De Silva Smith. And then the two boys, Elliot Bird and Hugh Munro, now sitting in third and fourth. We'll go to Hugh on the touch, followed by Elliot.
Our fastest in this heat is Thomas Costello from the Ballarat Swimming Club with a 103.20. So he'll have to go quite close to that to get a good final lane. The circular seating. Then Coxon on a 106.01 and Joshua Fitzgerald in lane 5, 105.56.
Take your marks.
We have the medal presentation for event 57, girls 14 and under 100 metre butterfly.
So some different underwaters out of this third heat. Zane Poxon probably staying under the longest, got the better of the starts. Thomas Costello was up very fast. Very fast. For didn't waste much time on that. Dolphin kicks.
But a really fast start from Xavier Aveline there in lane 7. He continues to for maybe fourth position. But in lane 3, Zane Poxon really making a charge for home. Get that? Yes, he does. 105.69. Josh Fitzgerald 107.32 and Thomas Costello 107.82. So I think those three will be in the final.
Yeah, all three, and I think it was fourth place out of that first heat, and a 108.32 will be 10th. Oh, hang on.
Unless-
Xavier will sneak in as well. All 4 from that one.
Yes. Well,
8,
unless
2, 6.
these 3
There is a
pull out a
chance.
good time and get in there.
There is a chance. Let's see what the boys can do from our 4th and final heat. But no swim offs yet.
No swim offs. No.
14 and under 100 metre butterfly multiclass. In first place, the winner of the gold medal in a time of
Very good though in lane 5. Logan Pearce had a good start, and in lane 3, Jonah Elliott taking it out. But from this angle where the camera is, they're probably all quite similar. You see the turn.
I think Jonah's still about half a body length in front here.
And in first place, and winner of the gold medal in a time of 1 minute and 11 seconds.
Like
Very
little move from
synchronised.
synchronised. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
I think
1,
they
2,
were
3.
about the
That's
same
right.
distance apart.
Yes. It must be a bit psychic. Do you know, I thought that just, and you said it, so it's like, yeah.
Just on the same
Wavelength.
wavelength today. So Jonah now starting to make a bit of a push, pulling away from Cormac and Logan.
Yeah, I don't know how much training he does, but he looks like he's got potential. Jonah Elliott.
A nice drop in time, 111.30. Cormac 114.05, and then Logan 116.52. Not quite enough to make it into that top 10. As we move along now, it is our timed final for the 400 metre individual medley for our men. So our women's, they've gone straight to a final tonight.
Yes.
The top 10 going straight through to race on later on today. Our boys, they've got over 10 athletes entered, and they've all registered and said, yep, we will be turning up.
Yep.
So we do have our first time final this morning, and then the rest of the boys will be racing with the final session later on today, kicking off at 3:30 this afternoon. So we've got Oscar Borthwick, Noah Stevens and Hugo Pankhurst having a crack at this 400 AM this morning.
Yeah, so we had our 400 medley relay last night, so that starts with backstroke, breaststroke, fly and freestyle. So individual medley starts with the butterfly first, probably to get it over with, and then backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle. Recently on the TV, there was that Australia versus the world.
There was.
And they got to mix it up, didn't they?
Yes, so it was a mystery medley.
Yeah, they didn't know what they
until
were
they were
doing.
about to swim.
That would be, I would do it wrong.
Well,
Whatever they put on the board.
What would be
I'd be
your
like-
ideal order?
I think breaststroke.
First?
Breaststroke first.
Okay.
Backstroke, fly, and freestyle. I'd switch the breast and the
I
fly
think this is
over.
a good question we should ask. Ask the swimmers. What would your
Yeah, what would you
ideal
like
order?
to do? What would yours be?
Oh, I don't know. I think if everyone had to race it the same as me, I'd put butterfly last.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I was fit when I swam.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
That would,
Yep.
They wouldn't be as good at that.
That's right.
Nowadays, I would definitely put it first. And I might not make the rest of the way.
But looking very good on the backstroke here, lane 4, isn't he? He's looking like he's stroking out there. Noah Stevens. And then lane 5, we're going by seeding order.
This
Hugo
is one of
Pankhurst.
those races, though, that a lead this big can actually change really quickly still. So
Yeah.
these guys do still have an opportunity to catch up to Noah Stevens. He is entered only about a second quicker than Hugo and 4 seconds faster than Oscar. So at some point, I think these boys are going to be able to maybe close the gap a bit. If not, Noah's just going to be doing a massive personal best.
Absolutely.
Which is
Well,
another potential.
They've got pretty good times. 5:17 for Oscar Borthwick, a 5:13 for Noah Stevens, and a 5:14 for Hugo Pankhurst. What's the 14 boys? That's just,
Do you know,
you've
I've
read
just
my mind again.
So the 14-year boys 400 individual medley is a 5:10.90. So that's what Hugo's chasing.
That's right.
15-year-olds is a 5:06.30.
Yep.
And the 16-year-olds, that's a tough one. That's 5:00.12.
Ah, yes. But he's really leading out there, isn't he?
You really want to look up and see 4:59.
Yes, you do. You do.
If you
when
see
you've
a
gone
4,
that far.
you're fine. If you see a 5, you're
Doing pretty well though, 3:09.
still
at that
very
turn,
fast.
You
Still
know.
very fast.
Let's see if he can get to this end in about a 4:50. If he could go 1:10.
3:50.
3:50. Yeah, he could do. If he could do a 1:10. Then
All right, we're on clock watch.
we are.
Here we go. He's got 15 metres left to swim in the breaststroke. I think he's going to be just over that pace. Still possible. It is still entirely possible. He needs to come home in about a 105. 105.1 will just sneak him under.
Yeah.
This is his only chance to do it as well. He doesn't get the opportunity to come back and race tonight. That time final is set. See a lot of arms waving over from the Geelong stands.
Yeah.
I think they know that there's every possibility.
Yeah, they'll be trying to get these national times done and dusted now.
Oh, he's just going to be over it, I think. It's going to be an incredible personal best here by Noah Stevens.
Point.
And that split was about a 34.
Yes. Still good on him. He's done it on his own.
He really has. An incredible effort from Noah Stevens. He's given it his absolute all in this time final of the 400 IM this morning. That national time is right there, and he's just going to be over it. Entered with a 5:13. He's gone a 5:04.68.
What a grip PB.
It's an incredible personal best. What an awesome swim.
Good lad. Oh, well, I think he'll get that.
Well,
He's
I'm
got a
hoping
few
he might
more.
also get a few points for his team. Those point scores at the conclusion of day one was super tight between Geelong and Traralgon. Hugo finishes off in second and Oscar in third. Congratulations, 400 IM is not an easy event to complete, and they've done an incredible job this morning.
So we've got breaststroke again. Got the 13-year-olds 100 breast. We had the 12-year-olds earlier, so let's see what these girls can do. We've got Emily Croato here with a 1:15 entry time. So
yeah, Emily did some great swims last night. Such a good race between her and her sister Claudia in the 200-metre breaststroke.
well, that's her entry time. She is a good 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
Yes, the girls, these 13-year-olds have a bit of work to do. She's not that far out from a record set a couple of years ago by Sienna Tui, who has
Sienna
now
Tui, that's a
represented Australia in this event, the 100-metre breaststroke. So she's only less than half a second off her country event record.
Yes, Sienna Tui now goes a 1:07, and 3 years ago she was going a 1:14. So let's, you know, hey, anything's possible. single stroke, breaststroke, have to really work on that technique.
What a
And,
shot, though. Look at that.
Yeah,
that
beautiful.
shows you the extent of how impressive this 13-year-old girl is. Emily Corrado under the flags. What a swim. She's, what, 10 metres ahead of the rest of the field. Looks like sitting in second is going to be lane 3, Jessica. Just ahead of lane 6, Audrey Bailey, and then Chloe Rawson be close onto the wall. Those girls.
Such a beautiful swim. Those times to come up after this heat has gone. Kaylee Williams, fastest qualifier from Warragul, 1:26.87. So it just goes to show how the class act that made it look so easy.
Just every stroke she got further and further in front. Speaking of being nicely out in front, Ruby Kenwright in lane 7 has the early lead here out of the second heat. I'm not entirely sure what time Emily's completed that 100 in from the first heat. It didn't come up on our screens, but second was a 1:30.
Yep.
So you would think it would have to be somewhere around the 1:20 mark, just based off how far in front she was. Be
Yeah,
looking to
Luella
see
looks pretty good there. Luella Webb in
what
lane
these
3,
girls can
Bendigo
do.
Hawks. And next to her, Hayley Williams from Warragul, but still in the lead. Hold it there. Ruby Kenwright is holding on very nicely, isn't she?
And it's still holding on and doing really well. It's now become very close between Luella and Kaylee into the finish. Momentum swinging the way of Kaylee. But it will be Ruby who touches. Nice personal best for her, 124.12. Kaylee gets second, 125.84. And Luella, 126.11. Big cheers there from the Lara Swim Club for their swimmer, Kiana, who finished in 4th.
And got under the 1:30, so they're very proud of her doing that. So we only have 3 heats of this, so we have Lila Stevens in lane 4, also from the Warragul Swimming Club, on a 1:27.72. So let's hope that she gets close to that 1:25 mark to secure her place in that final and get in a good lane tonight. So lane 5 is out there, Ava Hager from Gisborne Thunder. But down here in lane 1, Ella Featherston from Ballarat Gold Swimming Club, swimming a lovely, smooth first 50. All about that technique on breaststroke, not trying too hard. It's down this end of the pool. So, middle lanes. Miranda Jantz, Warrnambool, Lila Stevens, Warragul, Ava Hager, Gisborne.
Yeah, into the turn, Lila had that slight advantage, but Ava starting to make a little bit of a shift in gears here, trying to catch up. Miranda still up there in the mix as well, and then good swims from some of the outside lanes, lane 1, Ella, and lane 8, Addison.
Yes, and 9, Lois Scrubby from Ballarat. Very competitive this last heat. Oh, wow. Just Miranda Jantz, 1:28.1, Ava Hager, 1:28.4 second, and Lila Stevens, 1:28.49 third. Ella Featherston, down there in lane 1 did do very well with a 1:32.36, which was a 3-second PB. Let's see what the boys can do. Looking good though. 1:12 from Noah Tucker is his entry time. So if he is on form, he is also well ahead.
Yeah, very similar to the 13-year-old girls.
Yeah.
Our fastest qualifiers are going to be almost 10 metres in front of the others in the field. Based off entry time, we do know that we have seen some big drops, some nice PBs. Although that is a big ask to try and drop 10 seconds. It
certainly is.
Crazy.
Look at the talent of these two young swimmers to be that far ahead.
So Noah Tucker is actually, or has swam under the country event record set in 2013 by Heath McLeod from Wodonga. That means, if you're wondering why he doesn't hold it, you have to compete at countries. The time has to be swum at this event for a country event record. The actual country record is the fastest time swam anywhere by a country Victorian athlete.
Got you. So you could be at national age, do the time
and get the country record, but you cannot get the country event record. You have to submit at the event, which Noah Tucker has just done. He's just done it. He's done a 0.2 PB in the heats, looking super comfortable.
He does.
And new country event record.
And fist pumping is not his teammate, but the guy in the next lane, Jack Hocking. Got a fist pump from Noah there.
Great swim.
19 from Logan Brundell, got under that 120 mark. Charlie Tickle, 122.86 from Ballarat Gold. Bryce Scott is the fastest qualifier with a 1:21.11. So let's see what he can do in this second heat. But it looks like lane 5, Billy Main, Harrison's younger brother, is nicely holding his glide there up that first 50. Yeah, Billy looking very smooth up this first 50, but it's still quite close for second and third. Bryce Scott and Daniel Hyatt getting the better of the turn, Bryce Scott. But
Still
Billy Main is
gap.
really streaking ahead, isn't he?
Yeah, his breaststroke's come such a long way over the last couple of years. Really tried to improve it for his IMs. Done such a great job. Bryce Scott still trying to catch up to him in the last few meters. It's going to be some good drops in time from these boys, I think. Or very close to their PBs. Billy gets the touch, 120.82, Bryce 121.20, and then it was Patrick Hunter who touched in third at the 124.32. All right, so it is our third and final heat of the boys' 13-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. We've already seen the country event record broken by Noah Tucker from Geelong out of that first heat, a 1:12.60 from him. Some quick times out of heat 2, 1:20 for our leader, 1:21. There's a little bit of a drop-off after those guys, so few opportunities for a spot in tonight's final. As they come into the wall, it will be Jasper Warner ahead of Jack Hayes.
Yeah, Jasper Warner from Moe. So their swimmers swimming very well this morning. Jack Hayes from the Surf Coast. It's neck and neck, so they're pushing each other. They'll be pushing each other into a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be very close as they come under the flags. It looks like Jack is slightly ahead with 2 meters left to swim. He will get the touch there, 1:20.14, and then Jasper 1:20.82. So a couple more hovering around that 1:20 mark. Hopefully we can see a couple of more 1:19s in tonight's final. Wouldn't that be nice for the boys? But already some PBs for them this morning.
The results of event 63, the girls' 13-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke have now been posted. Any withdrawal from this final needs to be completed within 30 minutes after the results have been finalised. Please see the technical director for any withdrawals located in the recording tent.
Okie dokie, here we go. It is event 65, the women's 100-metre butterfly. It is the open 100 fly, so this is all of our age groups mixed together. We have 3 heats this morning. Isla Ho out in lane 4. Leading beautifully here ahead of Sarah Steinman, who's sitting in second. Not far behind her is Bryn Kirk, with a little bit of work for Lily Goodman to do to try and catch up. But coming under the flags, Isla has done a fantastic job. It's a quick swim for a heat, 1:07.09 from her. In second, Sarah in a 1:10.83. And then third will go to Bryn, 1:11.62. Into the water with heat 2. Best of the underwaters there was Nicole Briscoe. Girls around her sitting pretty comfortably. No one firing away through this first 50 too much. As we come into the turn, it will be Nicole ahead of Olivia Bailey. Charlotte McConville, like she turned in third, but Chloe Svarek just outdoing her on the underwater, starting to push through. So we're going to be a little slower Then we saw Isla go in the first heat, 108.91 for Nicole, 110.71 for Olivia, and 110.93 for Chloe. So those minor placings a little faster out of the second heat. And we move along to our third and final heat of the women's 100-metre butterfly. Away we go. Be similar for the girls off the start. Sophia beaten ever so slightly in front of Ruby Paulette. Not a lot between them though. Almost synchronized for a while throughout those fly strokes. Come into the touch. And once again, almost touching at the exact same time. Sophia worked that underwater a little more, had the advantage through the breakout. Trying to pull away, but Ruby not letting her. They're sticking together. Close race between Sienna Hunt and Sophia Graham, sitting in third and fourth. Have to keep an eye on the times. It'll be a 109.64 for Ruby, 109.97 for Sophia, and then Sienna 113.79 to touch in third. Next up on the program, event 66. This is the men's open 100-metre butterfly. Once again, we will be seeing 3 heats this morning of the boys. Heat 1 in the water, our fastest qualifier, one of our younger athletes in the field, Jacob Riches, just 15 years of age, 57.48 his entry time. So quite a lot of swims already this morning though, Jake. We'll see how he goes. He looks nice and smooth in his individual butterfly for the 15-year-olds. Very synchronized swimming here between himself and Darcy Connell. James Meddings doing well. Also over in lane 6, and Austin Robbins coming alongside Jake now too. It's a race of 4 to the finish. I think it's going to be the far side. Oh, it's all about timing. Aussie 100.89. What a swim. Got there just on that very last stroke. James Meddings 100.96, and then Jake 101.06. So setting the pace pretty fast early on here, the boys. Some more quick athletes out of the second heat. Ashley Nichols comes in with a 57.71. Mostyn Lumsden also under the minute mark. They match the pace set by the first heat, all around that 100.101. So it's the Terrelgan boys as we come down the second lap. Ash Nichols, Shane Asbury doing a great job. And then another close race between Mostyn and Jack. Quick swim there from Ash this morning, 58.91. Shane a little bit faster than Heat 1, 1:00.04. And then Mostyn gets the touch by 1/100th over Jack. So 1:02.49 and 1:02.50. And that's where the standard's at currently, those 1:02s. They're going to be 6th, 7th and 8th from the last few heats.
The results of event 64, the boys 13-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke.
We've got 2 more boys that are capable of breaking the minute in this one. So another challenging final to make this morning.
Please see the technical director for any withdrawals located in the recording tent.
Cam Jordan back in action, this time for the 100 butterfly.
Have now been posted. Any withdrawals for this
Certainly scoring some points for his club. He'll go through in first, ahead of Zayden Burton and Andreas Guinness. Down in lane 2, he was out nicely in the first lap. Expect a little bit of movement from Brodie Cargill though in this second 50. Loves a 200 fly. This race is definitely tightening up. There's a lot of cheering going on from the side of the pool. Cam might sneak around that 59. He does, 59.54. Brodie in second, 1:01.47. And then it was Edward O'Connor, 1:01.61. And 2 more 1:02s for 4th and 5th. That's going to be a very close final. All right, in the water now, we have event 67. This is the women's 50-metre breaststroke for multiclass. In our 50s for our multiclass, we do have our heats and finals. So we've got heats this morning, and then those finals tonight will separate these swimmers via their age group. So there'll be a 14 and under final and then a 15 and over final. As we come down onto that touch there, touching in first will be Sarah Howe. She's had a great comp at these country championships, doing really well. We do know though that these multi-class races, the times, those PBs, they're what we want, they're important, but it's the point scores that we are looking for.
All right, so here we have heat 2 of this 50 breaststroke multi-class. Looking very good there. lane 4 and lane 5. Brianna Binns from the Geelong Swimming Club and Anna Layton from Ballarat Gold. Very close finish there between the two girls. Brianna taking that out in a 44.19 and Anna Layton a 44.39. Okay, we have the men's 50 breast multiclass coming up, and I have a guest commentator here. We have our president of Swimming Victoria, who is going to speak to us about this men's 50 breaststroke multiclass.
Thanks, Sam. First heat?
Yes, the first heat getting in, and obviously we have a 33.71 entry by Dylan Logan. Now Andrew Williamson has a son that swims. You might have heard of Sam Williamson. He is our world champion 50 breaststroke swimmer. So we have a parent being able to tell us how it is to have a son that is a breaststroke swimmer.
Well, I think when you're watching this, in the multiclass, it just shows that the breaststroke, it's a technical event, and
yes,
the skills that they need to bring. So the multiclass athletes do a fantastic job at bringing in and putting those skills together. And again, when we're looking at this, we've got to always remember that there's some different classes here. So it's not, those that touch the wall with first, it's the points. And
that's right.
Yeah, and I know all of the coaches are really looking at, with their multiclass athletes and really working on the skills and helping, refine those skills to help them just get those little improvements and putting what they're doing in training into practice here at these races.
That's right, and it doesn't really matter at what age you start coming through, because Sam didn't really come through in swimming until he was a little bit older in his teen years.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that there's a bit of a this mystique at times where everyone thinks that if you're really fast at 11 and 12 that's going to be setting you up for the future, and we know that athletes and the girls and the boys all develop at different ages.
Yes.
And it can be a strength thing, it can be a size thing, and it can also be you love the sport as well, that you find that you start doing well, and
Yes.
at 15 or 16, and that prompts you to do a few more sessions and work on your skills.
Yes.
And then the development grows. Yeah, because someone like Sam was from his development,
Yes.
it was really around 15 that you started to see, hold it, there's something there and doing quite well.
Yes.
He wasn't that sort of the champion that some people think that he was at 12 and dominating sport, the breaststroke. And
Yes.
he took a while to work on those technical skills, as we see this second heat. Swimmers coming into the wall.
Yes, Riley Blitz looked very good there technically, and next to him as well, Logan James from Geelong Sharks. And it is a technical stroke, and sometimes you're born, not made, as breaststrokers, and that does help with coming through later. I think there's a confidence there in breaststrokers that they know they can proficiently swim the stroke, and so they're confident that they can beat other people that they might not necessarily beat in, say, the freestyle events, for example.
Yeah, you're right. And I think the other one too that from our observation of watching Sam grow up and swimming, he started doing backstroke.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that was his sort of favourite event. He'll probably tell you now that he can't do backstroke at all.
Really?
But I do know, that a lot of the coaches, and I think this is a really pleasing thing with coaches saying, let's not, worry about defining your stroke when you're 11 or 12 or 13. Let's work on all of them. And, we see a lot of the kids here swimming, and the coaches have got them in a medley, and they might be working, who've done backstroke for all, jump in and do a backstroke. Here's your chance to practice your racing. So
that's right.
It's really good to see the coaches really promote, hey, let's work on multiple events, because you might find just later on that you enjoy something a little bit better, or you become more proficient at it, and
right.
You don't want to put all your eggs into one basket when you're too young.
That's right. A lot of mixed medley work for younger swimmers really helps them, and yes, you just never know what you grow into. It's a fantastic event for Australia, the women's freestyle. So we've got the girls 16, 17 freestyle. I mean, we have dominated in that 4x100 freestyle relay for a number of years. I mean, I don't want to touch wood, but yes, it's fantastic to watch our girls, and to get into that team is so difficult.
Yeah, I think when you looked at the times for Olympic trials back in 2024, I think 6 or so of our swimmers, the girls in the 200, could have made it to a final at Paris. So it's just really competitive, and we can see it here, even in countries. I think that I don't know what it is, whether it's the Australian water but we just do fantastic.
Absolutely.
At freestyle for the girls. So.
Yes.
Close race here in Heat 1.
Yes, Ava Candy, she's had a fantastic weekend. Predominantly a fly swimmer, but good at everything. So, yeah, she takes that out in a 101.62. Genevieve Dennis, second, 102.39 from Warrigal, and Kaylee Macklin for a 105 from Seymour. We only have 3 heats, so they will all be circular seeded. So the fastest swimmers in the competition will be in lanes 4 and 5 in each of these heats. Claire Matheson's got that 60.09 second PB, so let's hope she's in the final and gets under that minute tonight.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how, for all of the different events, there's that sort of magical time for all the different age groups, and whether it's someone trying to get under a 105 in a breaststroke or break the minute in a freestyle. There's those little magical times, and it's great to see here, and with the scoreboard at the end and the times, you can see them all looking up and looking and seeing how they're going, whether they've hit that PB or particularly that target time that might have been working with the coach.
Yes, that's right. So she looks very good, I've got to say. But also up in lane 6, we have Zoe Schneider from Ballarat Gold. She's had a cracking weekend so far here at Country Championships, and she's really pushing on. Very strong swimmer.
Going to be close for the touch in this one again.
Yes, it is. Teammates battling it out. Yeah, that's very good. We're just waiting for the times to ratify. But yes, both the Ballarat Gold girls will be in that final, hopefully in the middle lanes, and hopefully Claire Matheson will get under that magic minute tonight. Zara Reynolds in lane 4, Bendigo East Swimming Club. Of the younger of the age group, she's 16. She has a 60.78 PB. So also hopefully she'll be looking to get under that magical minute. So you have been to the Olympics to watch your son and World Championships. How is that as a parent? Do you get nervous, Andrew?
I still get nervous. I still get nervous watching, all of Sam's swims. And it's always funny. You go into these big events and you look down, and I remember Sam's psychologist talking to him at once and saying, it's just a 50-metre pool. It's just a big rectangle with water in it, and exactly like it is here. So sometimes you look down at the pool and go, it's still a pool, but it doesn't stop you getting nervous.
Yes, that's right. It's still just another race, as they say, but there is a lot at stake. I think that's why the Olympics is the Olympics, because that was great from that was from Maya Roberts in lane 6. Fantastic.
Yeah, really strong swim there.
It is 102.39, so that's a PB. Zara Reynolds 102.67 and Rani Matheson 104.88. So we're looking at a 104 to get into that final, which is a pretty quick time. So we have the boys 16, 17, 100 free now. Hayden Gill, who's now a coach, has the country record at 50.34, so that'll be pretty quick to get under that 50.34 time there. The country title was held by Henry Allen last year. He went a 52.93, so still a very quick time. We've got Zachary Sherrard with a 55.51 in lane 4 here.
Yeah, pretty, and it's
blanket.
Yeah, blanket across this this first heat of the 16-17 100 freestyle for boys. We've got Lang 4 through 4, 3, 2, 1, or looking really close here.
It certainly is. They're really fighting it out to see who'll get to the wall, but I think it will be lane 1. Well done to Jeff Connor from. Jeff is from Gisborne Thunder, 56.33. Zachary Sherrard, 56.64. Xavier Aberline, 56.70. And just missing out on the 56, Campbell Nicholson, 57.03. So that was really
quick times in that first heat.
There's 4 heats, so it's 3 fours are 12, so somebody might miss out if all the heats are like that, and it's a blanket, which it looks like this one is. And we've got another outside smoker in lane 1, Oscar Voither from Warrnambool.
Yeah, got his teammate across there in lane 8 as well. So we've got a couple from Warrnambool, a couple from Ballarat in this. So teammates swimming against each other, and
that's right.
Which is, I think they'll always talk about it's great to have some similar age teammates, and at the same level as you were training, because it helps push them along and helps breed that competitive spirit.
Yeah, boys love a race, don't they?
Oh, they do.
In training, it's like at the end, it's like, right, come on, let's get up and do a 50. They do love a bit of racing, so I do love that. When we train, the boys are always like that. But it looks like it's going to be lane 5, just coming ahead. Cody said, yes, he has got that. Oh no, he just misses out. Edward O'Connor takes that with a 57.62. Cody has great endurance, 57.94, and Thomas Costello 58.85. So we're looking at 58 point or under to definitely secure your place. Now you must get asked this question. Did you swim, Andrew?
I did a little bit, but nowhere near as much as what Sam did. I was probably just a bit of a school swimmer when school was on. When they had swimming carnivals, it was great to get out and do sport. And I did a lot of different sports. So,
cricket?
Yeah, a bit of cricket, bit of tennis, bit of football. You know, probably, I shouldn't be saying this, but I think my idea of sport was if I can go to a sports carnival for anything at school, it was a way of getting out of class when I was younger because I love sport so much.
Why
so
not?
I would do anything. Probably did a little bit better at swimming and enjoyed it, found it probably a little bit more natural than some of the other sports. So,
Yes.
Yeah, still do a bit of swimming.
Well, you're very tall, and Sam is. I suspect that's why he liked backstroke, because it is quite an advantage to be tall in that event. Nice time, 55, 63.
Yeah. A PB, I think, there for Miller. Yeah,
yeah, very nice. Angus Addison there, 56, 66. So, yeah, I think the 57 mid or low will get in. These guys are all very close to that 60-second mark. So let's hope somebody might get a PB out of this. I know Danura Pera from Geelong Swimming Club did a fantastic backstroke earlier on. So let's see what he can do in this freestyle. And yes, he's in lane 3, so he looks like he's getting out there, but it's still very close.
Very close. Yeah. And this is where we'll probably see, those that might have been working on some of their underwater technique and coming off the wall. And it's always great to see those that practicing. And you do hear a lot of the coaches, really saying that those little things that in those races that can sometimes make a difference. And I know, look at. Really sort of putting that into practice, those techniques. It's not all about just the kilometres and kilometres in the pool. It's refining some of that technique.
Yes, because it really pays off when the race is close. Nice second 50 from these boys. Lane 1, Logan Pace. But Noah Stevens takes it out, 60.12, so close. Cormac Flynn, 60.14, so close again from getting under that minute, but well done on a great morning swim from those lads.
Yeah, indeed.
So we're coming down. We're halving the race length. So it's the women's 50-metre freestyle. They've already had a 50 breaststroke this morning. So it's the, as they say, splash and dash. The
splash and dash, and with that announcement, probably was it 4 or 5 months ago that the short, or not the short course, but these 50 form strokes have been announced as at the LA Olympics, a new introduction. So 50's just got a lot more attraction particularly for some of our younger swimmers who might be looking at that distance into the future and going, hey, Brisbane's coming up, and there's a new opportunity. So, really great to see, and it's just amazing in these races. And we just looked at that first heat, and I was thinking that's a very close touch, and it's actually a dead heat. So
yes, it is a dead heat. Here comes Kardinia. There could be a swim off, Kardinia. Kardinia loves a swim off. Well, especially for Sam. I mean, how exciting is that the 50 breaststroke is in the Olympics?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just generated some just different opportunities for all of our swimmers. We've had a lot of great 50 swimmers in Australia, and that look ahead, a real opportunity for some other names that we may not have heard before.
That's right.
To get on a team, and this year, 2026, as everyone remembers, it's Commonwealth Games this year.
Yes, it is. It is the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. It is 40 years since the Edinburgh Commonwealth Games, which I attended. It's giving me age away. So I was hoping to maybe get over this year if I can curtail my studies. So yeah, it'll be nice to be in Scotland for those. They always put on a good opening ceremony, the Scots.
They do, and 50s, the 50 form strokes is a Commonwealth Games event,
so
it's going to be really interesting at the Australian trials this year to see the number of swimmers that, you know, again, like I said, that we may not have heard of before, who are going to be jumping in the pool and looking for potentially a spot on the Commonwealth Games team, and you know, with, you know, when we look at, you know, at the Australian swim team's been a lot of retirements, so I'm really expecting to see a lot of new names come through, a lot of young people, which is just fantastic for the sport. And you know, we've had Ariane Titmus, you know, announce her retirement. So as we were talking earlier around that 200-metre freestyle, that's one extra spot, because she used to always take that, you know, first or
in the relay.
Coming up in the relay as well with McKeon. She's announced her retirement as well, and we know that Kate Campbell and Bronte Campbell are pretty much, they've said they're now fully done. Bronte was kind of having a bit of a comeback, and there are a few things in the works there too. So there's definitely some team opportunities in the 200 as well as now those 50-metre events. So lots of these junior athletes. We have quite a growing team, and we've seen that on the next gen and all of the pathways and things. And it's been so great in Victoria that we've had so many Victorian athletes part of these nationwide programs. Sam and I were touching on it yesterday, and particularly some of the swimmers from country clubs that have come through. We're looking at the program at some of the records held by the likes of Layla Day, who's now gone on up to Bond and been part of some of those junior Australia teams. One of the records we were looking at, Ainsley Trotter, another one from Traralgon, who's gone on to represent Australia.
Well, I actually coached Ainsley in sail. She started off at sail, and on her backstroke, she would always look for the wall. She didn't like backstroke, and I was like, you know, Ainsley, I think you'll be really good at backstroke, and look at her now. So, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point around, you know, the development opportunities, and making sure that, you know, we're trying to do that from that Swimming Victoria, continue, you know, through all of the development pathways, and, you know, focus on and creating opportunities for our swimmers to develop to you know, swim with others. You know, particularly for countries where, you know, that opportunity to, whether it's, you know, go to a pool with for a weekend where there's a couple of other faster swimmers, to, you know, hone your skills against some others. And even the coaches, I think that, you know, we're starting to see more and more coaching development opportunities and bringing our coaches together.
Absolutely. And female coaching opportunities. You know, there's a lot of scope for that. We did have quite a few female coaches, and it's kind of plateaued at the moment, so get in there, girls. Anybody watching that wants to get in and coach, it's male and female actually. There are quite a few opportunities in Victoria at the moment, and there's a restructure of the coaching qualifications, and it's happened with Swimming Australia, so the pathways are getting really streamlined now, so yeah, it's an ideal opportunity to get a career in coaching. My eldest son has gone into coaching from a boy who said, I'm never going to coach. There you go. And he loves it. So.
Speaking of the boys, we have moved on in the program now. This is event 72 in the water. It's the men's 50-metre freestyle. This is our 18 and overs, I should say.
Nice battle there between Ash Nichols and Cameron Jordan. Ash takes it out 24-25, 24-82 for Cam. Eamon McCarthy 25-16.
Both of those boys just competed in the 100-metre butterfly for the Opens, both securing a spot into the final. Cam Jordan breaking the minute barrier in the heats, which was nice to see.
So heat 2 away. And again,
quick turnaround.
Yep.
Cam Dewar back in for the coaches here from Traralgon in lane 3. But Sebastian Christie Crane looks like he's going to take that out.
Club to see the technical director.
Yeah, he's a 25.06. Jack Sharp 25.66, and Darcy Connell brings up third place.
A little bit slower than that first heat where the boys hit that 24-second mark. But Sebastian Christie Crane there, he looked really comfortable. He looked very relaxed, didn't overrate, which can easily happen in these 50-metre freestyles. If you do watch the likes of Cameron McAvoy race this event, his stroke rate is really high, but it doesn't really look high because of the power behind it.
No, and he's very long at the front. Like Sebastian Christie Crane, a long reach. Oh, very good there from Shane Ashbury. The grandfathers of the race here, and Ash Delaney. Take it out in take it out first and second. They're taking it to those youngsters.
Yeah, I think, if a famous name, Ash Delaney, we can, we can see the program and see the age of this, so we won't, mention.
Yeah, we try not to.
No, adopt them in.
But he has got a big birthday next year. We were saying yesterday.
Yeah, his 30th.
Yeah, that's right. He's recurring.
Yeah.
It'll be 29 recurring. Yeah, Ash doing very well in the freestyle. When he competed at the Olympics, he was in backstroke, but his freestyle's done very well today. James Meddings there, Ballarat gold, 26.75. Mark Histrin, 27.14.
Up on the blocks for the final heat. The men's 18 over 50 freestyle.
You wouldn't think it would puff you out only 50 metres, but we've got a few people with wobbly legs after that 53.
I think if I was to do a 50 freestyle, I'd be
Flat
pretty
out.
wobbly afterwards.
I did Gippsland Championships, and at the sail pool, there's like a red line, and it's 10 metres to go. Well, that red line didn't seem to move for about a long time.
Yeah, what are they? These are, they're doing it at about 25 seconds. So the challenge is always to pick someone and go, I can't be too hard doing it 50, is to do any exercise flat out for 25 seconds and see how you go. So
that's right. Michael Polka doing very well. The Polka brothers did great yesterday in those relays, and he goes 26.67. Still got the beard on.
Yeah.
So he's not shaved down yet. Maybe he will for the final day.
I don't even know if the Polka brothers used to shave off for the final when they were full-on competitive.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's right.
It's a permanent attachment.
Yeah.
That's right.
We're back down to the normal start end for our next event, event 73, which is our girls 12 years and older 100 butterfly. So, butterfly challenging event, isn't it?
Yeah, they all say that, but I think if you can do it well, it seems easy for the butterflies that are butterflies.
Well, I think I've always said to my swimmers, it's actually one of the strokes it's easier to go faster in.
Yes.
I think it's a lot harder work if you're going slower and you don't have that momentum. If you can just hold on to the momentum, which is definitely easier said than done, especially at 75 metres when the piano does fall on your back, or so it feels, to keep that momentum going. But I often compare it to when sharks are swimming and they have to stay moving to stay alive.
They do, yes, otherwise
I think
they
butterflies
drown.
a little bit like that. If you stop moving, if you lose your momentum, hopefully you won't drown, but it is going to be very, very challenging.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and I know that a lot of the coaches will be looking a little less of times in this, and particularly with their swimmers, and really focusing on the technique and seeing how they're going, and all of the skills work that they've been doing in training for a butterfly, and looking at how they're putting that into practice in these events, where technique and some of the work around coming off the wall and, like you say, maintaining that momentum.
Yeah, certainly within this age group, 12 years of age, they're too young to go and compete at our national championships. So this is where we want to be working on skills. We want to see the best starts, their transitions through on the breakout, and then the technical elements of the stroke. So are they managing to stay low to the water? Where can we gain some time? Are we connecting with it on the catch? So that point where your hands enter, how long is it taking before we can anchor the arms and get that propulsion forwards? There's all these little key elements in the butterfly stroke and in every stroke that those coaches will be looking out for. As we go into that 50-metre turn, Sophie Lee, our fastest qualifier in lane 4, she spoke to me this morning about this as being the race that she was really looking forward to today.
Yes.
So she's taken it out beautifully. I am liking how low she does stay to the surface of the water. And it can be one of those races that as you tire, you worry that your arms aren't going to clear. So you actually lift them a lot higher and waste more energy lifting yourself out of the water more. So she stayed really flat on the first lap. She is managing to do that on the stroke, probably a little bit high on the breath, but always as you're coming towards the end, you are wanting to make sure that you're getting only oxygen and no water into your mouth. But it's a great heat swim from Soph, a 1:13.45.
Yeah, that's a lovely time. She has a 1:11 entry time, but that is very much the fastest by about 5 seconds compared to the other heats that are coming up. So a bit of a masterclass there from Sophie Lee. She looked very comfortable.
And she had a big smile on her face at the end, so she's obviously very happy with that one.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and I'm just noticing a few of them looking up and looking at that scoreboard to see how they've gone from a time, whether it's close to a PB or whether it's close to a target time that their coach may have been working with them. And a couple of smiles there, so it's like we've got a couple of happy swimmers in that first heat, which is great.
Those first few seconds are always quite entertaining because we've seen the time, we have it on our screen, but the kids are looking at a board that's over on the side, so they kind of have to shuffle out away from the wall, and you can see them searching the board, the eyes darting down to find where their lane is and their time, and the squint to look at it and go, is that me? What number is that? And then the moment of realization when a lot of these athletes have done some massive personal bests is fantastic.
Yes.
Within 30 minutes after the results have been finalised.
Well, Ray Ann were looking very good there in lane 5. She had a very good breaststroke, didn't she?
Yeah, she took 5 seconds off this morning in her breaststroke 100. I was just having a chat to her then before the race. She swims for my club, Bendigo East, so she's one of my athletes, about the focus in this one. She was looking forward to it. A little bit nervous. I think any 12-year-old's probably going to be a bit nervous before a 100 fly.
Yeah.
But we have done a few full 100s at training to practice. I think it is important. I think some people get a little bit scared about completing a 100 fly at trainings, especially with younger athletes. We're not doing anything crazy like full-on repeats, but it's always nice to just do one at the end of a set or within a main set, and then your swimmers have that confidence that they are going to be able to complete it well in a race and go out after it.
That's right. So coming up on the outside, Claire McQuillan coming into second there, so that's very good. They've got Ray gets under that 1:21.19.34, Claire 1:20.42, and Alexis Hansen, East Gippsland 1:22.73.
And some good touches there on the wall. So that we know that our technical officials will be looking for both hands coming on the wall together, and it's always a challenge. And it doesn't matter whether it's 12 or even our open swimmers.
Yeah.
You see them really working and just trying to get that touch. Perfect. Even the top swimmers sometimes will be, you'll find that there's half a stroke and they haven't quite got it right, and just can miss the touch on the wall. So
and you often see it at these big comps because the athletes are swimming a lot faster than they maybe have ever gone before.
Absolutely.
So that stroke count might need to be amended, and that's something that they can go back and look at, particularly after the heat. If they have done a drop, they go, oh, I'm moving a lot faster through the water. I actually don't need 6 strokes from the flags to the wall. I probably only need 5 now.
Yep.
And then you can make those little fixes. And here at Countries, I mean, that's the time that you can make little changes and do things, because we're here for a good time. We're here to score some points for our team and have a lot of fun. And there's plenty of years to come where the focus can be on that elite performance and coming home with a stack of medals.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. coming into the wall here in the final heat of this 100 butterfly for 12 girls.
Yes, holding her form very nicely in lane for Emma Liberts from Geelong Sharks. Gets under that 120 with a 118.75. Jada Anisi with a 122.62, and Ruby Demetrius from Traralgon 124.17.
I can.
We've got the boys 12 years 100 fly, only 2 heats of this. So you've got a chance if you get 5th in your heat to make that final 4 tonight. William Zhang is our fastest qualifier with a 1:11.90.
If a female swimmer out there is missing some earrings, I do have some huggy type.
Lane 3 is looking very good though. Leo Palmer from Wangaratta Stingrays.
Lost a set of earrings.
And again, got a couple of teammates swimming against each other. A couple from, I see, from Warragul and Sale, which is great to see.
Yes, that's right next to each other.
One thing I do know the coaches will, particularly they'll be looking for is making sure that, eyes are forward in this, and the temptation when you're swimming against your teammate, we know to look around. And I'm sure Carly and
especially boys.
Sam, both of you, you'll be constantly talking to your swimmers right around that focus, and even in these events, a heat, and just practice the little things, looking forward, staying in that little moment, and not worrying about who's around you, and just focusing on your own race. Very close touch here.
Woo. Very nice, and William Zhang gets that with a 1:14.08. Bailey Stone with a 1:14.36, and Leo Palmer with a 1:14.45. So some great times from those boys there.
Yeah, a couple really putting in some really strong PBs. So I think some happy coaches there.
Very nice. They'll be very happy with them. So we've got Zachary Gray in lane 5, Hayek Carr in 4, and Zain Zagliou in lane 3.
Well, as they line up, Sam, Carla, thanks for having me on for a brief moment. I should finish by saying, Swimming Victoria, really, thank you to both of you for the continued support of our live stream, as well as, I don't know whether this is your side hustle or whether coaching's the side hustle, but your contribution to swimming, thank you very much. And
thank you.
All of our officials, our sponsors, Barwon Southwest, our district here, who's been running this event.
Thank you, Andrew. It's very nice. Yes, we do love both the coaching and the live stream work. So it's lovely being involved, and Swimming Victoria really support us and everyone. So we thank you very much.
I don't know about side hustle. I just show up, Sam. I don't know about you. This is just a good time for me.
It is actually. If you love swimming, this is fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the best view in the house. You get to watch every race.
Yep. And you get to know the kids. Like, I know kids, when my kids are swimming, I think, oh, there's so-and-so, It's like, it's really good.
Thanks so much for your time this morning,
Thank you, Andrew.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. And again, a final thank you to all of the volunteers who make this just such a fun event down here at Geelong this weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll chat to you soon.
Yes.
Back to the action. It's the boys 100-metre butterfly for our 12-year-olds. We saw a few of the girls swim under that 120 barrier in the girls 12-year-olds. As we are into heat 2, there's a nice little head-to-head out of the golden lanes here between Heike and Carr, who's done some great second 50s. He's got brilliant back-end speed across this entire weekend. And then Zachary, who's not too far behind Tim.
Yeah, he really hung on there, Haikeng, with a 1:16.39. Sam second. I don't think Zach Oh no, Zach, I don't think High King, oh yes it has, 1:15.03. Zach second, 1:16.39, and then Sam gets that third place in a 1:20.25. Just a little bit of a malfunction on that touchpad. So that's the 2 heats of the boys 100 fly. Now we've got the girls 14, 15, 200 IM.
I do enjoy a 200 IM. So away they go. Haven't seen many 200 IMs so far this weekend. One lap of each stroke, butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle. A couple of strategies within this race that you might see put together by our swimmers. You don't want to go out too fast in the butterfly, even if it is your main stroke. You want to keep it nice and rhythmic and relaxed. There's a few girls who have already separated themselves from that field a little bit down the first 50. This middle 100 is where the work starts to happen though. The backstroke and breaststroke legs are probably the most important two in this 200. This can be make or break. You can gain a lot of ground. A lot of people put a big focus on the breaststroke. I think there should be a little bit more emphasis on the backstroke, particularly the second half. I think it's really important that at this point of the race, you're building through onto the wall, so you've got a lot of momentum coming into the breaststroke. As we come into that turn, it will be Sophie Ryan who touches in first, ahead of Sophia Beaton down in lane 3. So it goes 6-3 and then very close between 4 and 5. But I do know Arabella, really nice breaststroker. Phoebe puts together a really good breaststroke as well. So they've got an opportunity to start moving through this field and make up some ground here. But you just saw Arabella. She's come off that wall on a really good split stroke. She's away into that lead position, showing why that she is the swimmer in lane 4 here.
Yeah, she looks really, really good. Holding on to that glide in her stroke. But it's anyone's for second place here. They've all done very well on this breaststroke leg. Let's see who can bring it home on the freestyle. Phoebe Balcom looking good. Sophie Ryan. But it does look like Arabella is going to hold on. She may back off a little bit, ready for the final for tonight. But fighting away in lane 3, Sophia Beaton. I think she'll be fighting for that final place.
Yeah, if you're sitting around that 4th position out of the first heat, it's generally around the time that he's going to be sitting in 10th. So you want to make it as quick as possible and then really set the challenge for the next couple of heats that they have to beat that time to have the opportunity to make it through. So Arabella 2:37, and then it was Phoebe 2:38, 2:39 for Sophie, and then Sophia 2:40 on the touch. So really close between those girls, only a second separating them all at the end there. Pretty solid throughout. As we move into our second heat of 4, girls 14, 15 years. Really solid age group, this one. One of the peak time for a lot of our female athletes. We see some big improvements, having some nice growth spurts. Start to see a lot of them build on a little bit more strength in their swimming as we come through to turn. It is Hannah Buchanan there who leads us around in the butterfly.
Such a good backstroker as well, Hannah Buchanan. So she'll be trying to get a little bit of a lead on her favourite event.
Over in lane 6, Pippa Brown doing well there and starting to move through this field. Isabel Croato As Hannah comes into that halfway point, she turns in a 1:12. Pippa in second, Isabel third, and then fourth, all the way over in lane 8, Zoe Benson. Come into the 150-metre mark.
You're really holding on to that lead. Buchanan. 2:33. That's the best time.
Isabel
Looks
shifted her
comfortable.
way up into that second place spot now.
She has. But I think it looks like commanding lead. Comfortable finish here for Hannah. That's a 2:38.69. Isabella Cuarto 2:40.33, and then Pippa Brown gets third in a 2:43.04. So you'd be looking at a low 2:40s to get into that final. 2 more heats. This next one is a seeded heat. We have 3 girls that are under that 2:40. Lucy Pascoe, Bendigo Hawks, lane 4. Lane 5, Taryn Aldred, Geelong Swimming Club, and lane 3, Michaela Pistorius from Geelong Swimming Club. Great reactions from Lucy Pascoe from Bendigo Hawks. I saw her fly off the blocks there. But in lane 3, taking it out, Michaela Pistorius from Geelong. Maybe taking advantage of the fact that she's a good fly swimmer. There are many tactics in this 200 IM. Sometimes you take it out and hold on if you're not a good breaststroker. It doesn't matter if you try and save up. If it's not your stroke, sometimes, yeah, it's best to have a bit of a lead. But looking pretty close and looking very relaxed in lane 5, Taryn Aldred, also from Geelong, will be used to this pool and keeping in a straight line. Lane 4, Lucy Pascoe, Bendigo Hawks. She is younger at 14 years of age, with the 2 girls of 15. Coming in, doing the crossover turn for the 2 girls in the lead, and the back flip turn from Lucy Pascoe. Crossover turn is where you are on your side, touch the wall on your side from backstroke, and swish forward into a forward roll from that position to touch the wall with your feet. And then back flip is a back flip, like a back somersault. So they're both completely opposite. One is moving forward like a forward somersault, and the back flip is moving backwards in a back somersault action. So, freestyle. Looking good in lane 5, Taryn Aldred. But it's anyone's for second. Michaela Pistorius, Lucy Pascoe, and Milla Abley. Milla's really come up on that breaststroke, and she's pulling away on the freestyle. The back end of this must be her strength.
Yeah, great swim there from Taryn. to take that one out in a 2:33.69. It was close onto the wall by all three athletes coming in, all on that 2:39. So I think that's now going to be really tight into the final.
Certainly is.
There's a lot of girls sitting around that time there. Lucy Pascoe got the touch ahead of Michaela Pistorius, and then Miller in fourth. 4-4, 6-4 and 9-7, all that 2:39. Crazy close racing today, Sam. I love it.
It is.
It's high stakes.
It really is, especially in the 200 IM. You know, you wouldn't expect it to be that close, but yeah, absolutely high stakes swimming. So heat 4, fastest person in this is Lacey McRae, South Gippsland Bass. But it is anyone's up this first 50, and taking a commanding lead is Olivia Donna Falage from the Warrigal Swimming Club. Taking advantage of, and Tessa Newstead actually, from East Gippsland Water Dragons.
Yeah, after a very fast start there for Tessa.
Yes.
She turns into that backstroke with a body length lead. So she's really wanting to put together a quick first half of the race. We'll see how she goes in the second 100, whether that training's going to kick in and pay off.
Yep.
Or whether a few of these other girls might be having a little bit more strength towards the second half.
Yeah, we have to see what her breaststroke's like. Just everything can change in the 200 IM.
Oh, can it ever?
And in the relays, like we saw last night, so exciting. They were so close as well. And we'll have more relays tonight in the final session. So tune in for a bit of excitement in those. See how the point score's going.
Yes, I would be keen to get an update. I think there was about 20 points separating the leaders yesterday.
Who was leading?
Traralgon.
Were they?
They were.
Because Geelong have taken it away, haven't they? Geelong have taken it away.
Are the reigning champions, so they gained that win last year in Mildura. A little bit different. It was about 40 degrees at this time last year.
Absolutely.
In Mildura.
And I think we all got COVID.
Well, you guys did.
Yeah.
I escaped that.
Yeah, we were all on the same flight, and we all managed to cop COVID.
It pays to make the drive up.
Yes.
As the girls turn for their final lap, it is Isabella over in lane 6 who has taken over that lead throughout the breaststroke. Tessa still doing well down here in lane 2. Swimming fast in this final 50 though, Estelle.
Wow, it's all up on the top. You wouldn't have thought that, would you, after the fly? But look at this, coming in very well. Isabella Lynch and Estelle Carslake. Oh, and down the bottom, lane 1. Lane 2, sorry. Tessa Newstead, East Gippsland, really storming home for a 4-second PB, 2:47.46. Isabella second, 2:48.00, and Estelle Carslake, 2:50.56.
Yeah, nice work, girls, and well done, Tessa. She put it out there in the fly.
She did.
She trusted the work that she's done, and she brought it home beautifully in that freestyle.
Brave swim.
Let's see what the boys can do. It is event 76. The boys 14-15 years, 200-metre individual medley. And same as the girls, we have another 4 heats in this one today. Starting us off in heat 1. Fastest qualifier in lane 4, Jacob Riches. He has had a jam-packed program this morning. Either that or he's just been doing really well, because I seem to have seen him in this centre of this pool doing quite a bit of butterfly for one, and always seem to be talking about Jake today.
Yeah, he's been doing really, really well. And yeah, he is one of the swimmers that, we keep mentioning again and again. And he is a multi-talented swimmer on a number of strokes, so he's got a jam-packed programme. This is like a high-quality training session for him. These morning heats, aren't they?
They certainly are. The extent of backing up these swimmers do, the kilometres add up. I mean, just an idea of what a day at country championships is like for some of these swimmers.
Yep.
If you're racing your individual age group events, there's usually around 2 of those. If you add in a couple of open events, there's normally around maybe 1 or 2 more. So on average, you've got 3 or 4 swims, and that's heats.
Yeah,
When
that
you
could
get
be like 600 or 700 metres
already
flat out swimming.
You add in a warm-up, about a kilometre, maybe a little bit more. You add in a kilometre of racing, you're already up to 2K. When you do swim downs, you're probably trying to get a minimum of about 400 to 500. If you've got a short turnaround time, if you have a longer time, maybe 800.
Yep.
And if you're doing that 4 times, I mean, that's another 3K. You're doing 5Ks in the morning.
Yes, that's
And then
right.
you've got to come back. It doesn't stop there. You come back, you re-warm up. Probably not as long as your morning session, but depends how you feel. If you're still not feeling great, I always suggest my swimmers swim for a little bit longer, just get the feeling back into it. The longer you swim down and things, the actual better our athlete's going to feel. I know they never want to, do they?
No.
No, they don't.
They never.
But if you can do those little things, that little bit extra, you could be doing, about 7 or 8 kilometres a day.
That's right. And when we taper swimmers off, we obviously do less. And sometimes you're going down to 2K session or whatever. But when you think about what you've got to do, like you say, swim downs and things and warm-ups at a swim meet, you actually are just upping that meterage, really, at a swim meet. So it's a very fine line, trying to rest for competition.
As we see Jake come in there, 2:24.32 ahead of Xavier, 2:26.32, and then Thomas Sahar, 2:32.87. Rex is sitting in that 4th place spot, so we'll keep an eye around that 2:34 mark, see what these next couple of heats can produce for us. Off they go. There was a pretty quick start over there. One of those caps was flying through the air. Hopefully not too early.
Yes, we haven't seen many disqualifications for false starting, and it would be a shame after swimming a 200 IM that you do get disqualified in the end. It's a long way to go.
Yeah, I don't know how I would feel about that. It is a tough event if you look up and see that next to your name. I think the only one that could really be worse is a 400 IM.
Yes, that's definitely true.
It does happen though. It is easy to make mistakes, especially when the intensity is pretty high.
But looking like he is really comfortable out in the lead. We have Oliver Callio from Ballarat Gold. We have heard a lot of Ballarat Gold swimmers' names, especially in this session and last night, so I think they must be up there in that point score.
Yeah, I think the Ballarat Gold team was certainly in that top 5 list that I was looking at. So Traralgon led on around 813 points.
That's a lot of points.
And Geelong was on 790.
Wow.
I could be just making up numbers, but I think that's what I saw.
Well, look, your photographic memory for numbers, I bet you're right, Kardinia.
It was around that.
Yes. Well, very close. There's nothing in it.
It was super close. I think the relays were making a big difference. The Geelong junior teams did really, really well and gained those guys a lot of points. But then the Traralgon senior teams, I mean, they're open 4x100. Was it the 4x1 or the 17 and over 50? One of their teams broke a record that had been set for quite a few years. So that was impressive as well. Both of those clubs have done some great work in the relays. It's nice to see the gap between the 2 top teams, though, and the next 3. It probably wasn't as substantial as it has been over previous years. So I think some of the other teams were around in the 500 mark, 580-ish, and really nice and up there, so not too far behind either.
What a great time there from Oliver Callio, a 2:19.37. He's just smashed his PB. He looked very strong down that freestyle leg, I've got to say. Cooper Scott second, 2:28, and Tom McMahon third with a 2:33. But a 2:19, that's a fantastic heat swim. So he's thrown down the gauntlet there to say, right, come on, boys, come and get me. Striding out there in lane 4, we have Joseph McKerney from the Warrigal Swimming Club. He is 14 years of age, so he is one of the younger swimmers. This is a 14-15 age group event. So taking that out nicely. But over in lane 6 we have Sebastian Mansfield looking very good. And Daniel Wilkie in lane 7. But really up in his stroke rate, which means the speed in which his arms come over the water, which help obviously your arms pulling under the water, is lane 4 for Joseph McKerney. Nice long reach on his backstroke. Chooses the back flip. Touch turn from lane 6, Sebastian Mansfield from Bendigo East. It's all preference, whether you want to get oxygen in for a slower turn or whether you want to do a fast turn and forego a bit of oxygen. I always think you can forego a little bit because you can breathe every stroke on this breaststroke, and you've been able to breathe constantly on the backstroke. But up in lane 6, Sebastian Mansfield really picking up his pace on this breaststroke, trying to catch Joseph McKerney. Lane 2's doing very well, George Kitson from Geelong. He's also 14, so in the younger bracket of this age group. Got a bit of a race on, but we're coming up to the 2:19 mark that was thrown down in the heat before. Still a good time there from our leader in lane 4, Joseph McKerney. 2:25.92. Sebastian Mansfield gets that second place. 2:26.40, and then Oliver Dyer in with a 2:36 from Sale. Okay, we have the final heat, heat 4 of 4. one of our touch pads needs a little bit of adjustment there, so the officials just working on that, and the wind's picked up, so just a little bit of delay at the moment. Handy bit of screwdriver work there from one of the officials. There we go, looks like they're ready now. Looks like he had the right one, Philip's head maybe. All right, final heat of this 200 IM. All three boys, Isaac Holloway, Wodonga, amateur, lane 5, Josiah McGuigan, lane 4, Mansfield, Swimming Club, and Rory Hansen in lane 3 from East Gippsland Water Dragons. Only 0.2 of a second separating these three boys from their entry time. So let's see who can take the title. It's always nice to win your heat. Josiah takes the fly, had a sneaky look around to his right at at Rory Hansen from East Gippsland. And with a good stroke rate, Isaac Holloway from Wodonga, amateur, really streaking along down this backstroke leg. Backflip, touch turn and crossover turn. There we go. 3 different back to breast turns there from the boys. And it's really paid off for Rory Hansen doing that crossover turn. And he looks like he's a breaststroker, so he's catching up on this particular leg. But Josiah McGuigan still holding on from Mansfield. Doing well, it's very close. Isaac Holloway hopefully is going to claw back some distance on this freestyle leg. 1, 2 and 3, turn for home. All right, I think Rory Hansen is looking like he's fighting away, but lane 4 Josiah McGuigan has come back and has a very strong final 50 on this freestyle. But it is going to be close. Oh, very close coming in. Nice. Josiah McGuigan, 241.1. Isaac Holloway, 241.8. Rory, 242.6. Well done, boys. Nice personal best times there. Rory's time just hasn't come up, but it did say 242.6. All right, now we have the women's 200 freestyle multiclass. Team support there for those boys. They know what they've done to get those PBs. All right, looking very good. We have Ava Dennis. He has had a packed programme, competing in the able-bodied and multi-class events. So just a huge amount of swimming that racing that she's done this weekend. And we're only in day 2.
In a lot of ways, day 2 is nearly the hardest one, I think, because you have all this energy and excitement from day 1 and you're fresh and feeling good. And then by the time you get to day 3, I mean, that's the last day. Those are your last events. You've ticked off the majority. This is the part where it gets really challenging. Coming in on day 2 in the morning after the elation of the events before, it's tough. You know, to try and come back and perform in the morning as well and put together a solid performance is quite challenging. And our multi-class athletes, they have a lot of these time finals in the morning too, so they have to be ready to step up and they have to be ready to race in every session.
Yes, they do. I mean, they have an absolutely action-packed programme. And as we were saying before, with their warm-ups and their swim downs, you know, surely you've got to have a big lunch between sessions. Just wanted to say, everyone at home, that we do have a coaches race, which is this afternoon. Very exciting. Look at Ava Dennis come in there. Well done, Ava. 2:21.03. Not that far off her personal best time, so that must have felt really good for her. Sarah Howe second, 2:28.63. And Evie Lee, 2:32.62. But as we say, it's really the points. It doesn't matter about the time, really. It's about how many points you get from being the closest to the world record in your classification. There were quite a number of S19s in that.
So that makes our job a little bit easier in some regards.
We can guesstimate.
We can guesstimate. Well, we know the placings of the S19s. We just don't know where the other classifications will slot into that.
So Heat 2, we have Gemma Cook, South Gippsland Bass, 14, Amy Bale, only 11 from Warrnambool, and Kayla Wilson, 19 from Traralgon.
Amy's entry time there sits at a 3:07, so definitely in regards to our young athletes, 7 seconds isn't a lot of time that could potentially be dropped off.
That's right. Well, when you're
11...
It
is a lot of time, but when you're 11, it's not a lot of time.
No, you can just,
over 4 laps.
Yeah, you could just smash out a 10-second. We've seen some 10-second PBs, haven't we?
A 2:59.
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Now, while the girls are in the water for their multi-class 200-metre freestyle, on my travels, I have discovered the coaches list.
Ooh, have you got intel, Kardinia?
I have some information on the nominees for our coach. There is a lot. There's some mean swimmers out there who cannot wait to get their coaches to have some payback here. Some won't be too upset about having to swim, I wouldn't have thought. Matt Whitehouse has been given the call up from Wodonga City.
Woo!
Our very own swim Vic, currently Caulfield but ex-Mildura coach Josh Barilla.
Is he? He just keeps himself fit though.
He's
a sneaky ringer in there. I think he'll do well.
He's been nominated, although I think the race is freestyle and I'm not sure. Maybe if
he's
it was breaststroke.
Yeah, that's right.
Liz Staggard, she's the coach from Vanilla who saved me with a blanket last night.
Liz?
She was did collegiate swimming over in the US, and she told me that she hasn't touched water for 6 months and made that seem like a long time. And I said, Liz, there was a point I hadn't touched water for about 7 years.
Yeah, that's
You'll be okay.
she's fresh out of the pool.
We also have Paige Clay from the Geelong Sharks has been nominated. Deb Hogg's been nominated from Wangaratta.
Lovely.
Nadij De Silva has been nominated. The recent new coach at Kangaroo Flat started midway through last year. It is his first countries. So
I'd like to see Nadij
got a country
swim,
short course, but first country long course opportunity. Who else do we have?
Lee, did she nominate her coach, do you think?
I don't know, maybe. The writing's very small. Could have been by a girl. You know. You might have a better idea of who wrote these because, you know, training to be a school teacher.
Yeah, well, that's true.
We also have Lyndon Hart from Yarrawonga Mulwala. Those guys helped hold our tent down in the winds yesterday.
Yes.
So I think they get a head start because of that, don't they?
They do. I think we could do something about, you know, putting the blocks at a better angle for them.
As the girls in lanes 4 and 5 turn into their final lap, Amy Vale leading over Kayla Wilson, Gemma Cook making her way up to the 150 metre mark. We also have Alicia, who is the junior coach at Geelong.
Nice.
One of her junior swimmers has definitely signed that one up with that handwriting. I think every Geelong swimming coach has managed to get their name on the list, except for Andy. So maybe I'll have to go and nominate.
Yes, get her on
nominate Annalise Warren.
Yes, go on.
The fearless leader over at Geelong.
Write it with your left hand. She'll never notice.
Okay, I'm waiting for the time here for Amy. It's a little over a PB, but a great swim this morning. She's had a stacked program. 3:17.04. Kayla Wilson 3:25. So where was that? She was a little over her time as well. And then Gemma, she's making her way down this final lap.
And like we say, you know, the wind, it does pick up and it does make a big difference, especially trying to get your breath in. If the wind's blowing across your mouth, it's really hard to suck that air in.
And then Gemma will round out that field of girls for the multiclass 200 metre freestyle with a 3:52.53, which brings us to our last event of the morning, and that is the men's 200 metre freestyle for our multiclass swimmers. We have once again 2 timed finals in this one this morning.
Yeah. They have such a stacked program. The multi-class swimmers, really admire their fitness, resilience, professionalism. Now the wind's died down. It's beautiful. Like, what is going on? Come on, guys, you've got ideal conditions over this next 30 seconds. Get them in before the wind picks up again.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll just play some tunes because it's finally actually, the wind's died down and it's quite nice and pleasant here now.
It is. One team, I think it's South Giffey Bass, has got the tunes going over there. When I went to walk over before, I thought they really got the music pumping.
Well, we did have the sound man come in today and bring in a whole heap of new speakers around the pool so that the action can be enjoyed by everyone. We were having some issues last night with only one side of the pool being able to hear things. So now we have our surround sound and our music, so we'll be able to play some nice loud music for our finalists to come out to later on this afternoon. Those finals will resume at 3:30 today. So a little bit of a break, go have some lunch after this one, have a little bit of a rest up and get yourselves ready for another jam-packed night of swimming finals here at the 2026 Victorian Country Long Course Championships as we get underway now with our final event on the program this morning. It is the time final of event 78, the men's 200 metre freestyle multiclass.
Had a ladies' Funkita race suit handed in that was found in the car park.
Beautiful start there from lane 4. Lockie Bellion. He has had the weekend of weekends so far. He just goes from strength to strength. Lovely streamlining off that turn. And he's really going for this. I mean, this is a 200 freestyle, but he's taken out this first 100. Also lane 5, Eli Kerr. He's 14 years of age. He's decided to really go for it up this first 100, and why not? I mean, I say that. Obviously, I'm not swimming the 200 freestyle. I would be taking it at a pretty steady pace myself. But look at these guys go. Great turns, using their leg kick. They must be feeling really good. Lane 3, Levi Jarrett. 13, South Gippsland Bass. But Lockie Bellion's really going for these points. Be on the S14 world record. We're trying to get as close to that as he can. So his entry time to 13:88. If he is faster than that, he will get more points than he's ever had before. Beautiful stroke, clean entry, fantastic leg kick. 2, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Just over
just
PB.
Over.
A great effort though. I don't know how, but looking at that list of coaches, I think all the Traralgon coaches must have given their children quite a stern talking to about not being put on the board, because I don't think I saw one Traralgon coach's name, but that also could be because they're all racing anyway.
Oh, that's true. They are. That's true.
But I don't know. I reckon we should get Coach Dean in the water.
I don't think Dean is. I don't think Dean is racing, is he?
No.
So I think he needs to get in there. And Brian Ford.
Brian's a great swimmer.
He is.
Last
but
year
all his
at
kids
Countries,
all his kids have been in there.
Every break session.
Yeah, he trains.
He was
between
in
the
training.
sessions. So
Lead by
Brian,
example.
Brian, get that cowboy hat off and get your swim cap on. Get in the water.
I think that cowboy hat's seen about 55 of the 55 countries that Brian's been
Got a whiteboard marker. Get his name up.
Alrighty, guys. Our last event of the morning is about to be underway, and then at the conclusion of this one, guess what, Sam? I'm happy.
Oh, swim off.
There is a swim off. Event 69, the 100 metre freestyle. We do have a swim off coming up. So,
guys, girls,
I'll have to check what event 69 was. I've literally just received the information.
And I hope it's Ash Delaney.
I think it's going to be women's.
Oh, it's women's.
I think the odd numbers today were the women's events.
Yeah.
Yeah, women's 16, 17 years, 100 freestyle.
Shame on me wanting the men to...
It looks like Holly Hembrow from Bendigo East, and I'm trying to see who the other swimmer is. it was good to see. Holly actually did a PB in her heat this morning, which she's just come back from a knee injury. So I've been really, really happy to see her finally get a time squeeze into the green. That's a nice feeling looking on your results.
Yeah.
And it looks like a Traralgon swimmer next to her. Trying to work out who that might be.
It would have been about a 104, would it? 'Cause I think that there was a lot of them on the 104 in that event.
Around a 104, 105.
Yeah. Well, look at lane 4 here, Samuel Turner. He's from Corowa, 18 years of age. 309 is his PB. And he's going to turn in about a 122, I'd say, 24. There we go. So that's looking good for a PB for him.
I think he's done a couple of personal bests across yesterday and even one this morning. Certainly a name that I've noticed.
South Gippy Bass, Luke Wilson, 318 is his previous time.
Really good representation from South Gippsland Bass in their multi-class team.
Yeah.
It just grows every competition I see them at. They're obviously doing a fantastic job of making everyone feel included and really wanting to be part of this sport. It is such a great sport for our access and inclusion, our All Abilities program.
Oh, it is, and you've got to say it's included in all of our championships. It's integrated into our program, isn't it? The multi-class.
It certainly is.
We do have, don't we have the World Cup, World multi-class?
So we are
It
always
opens.
part of the World Paris Series.
That's it, the World
We've
Paris
hosted
Series.
it in Melbourne the last 2 years.
Yep.
This year, I had word that it's going to be held up in Queensland as its own separate event. So sad that it's not going to be with us.
Losing it to Queensland. Oh, no.
But it might be a bit nice of some of those visitors going up with the weather compared to Melbourne.
A bit of a change, you know. Maybe not historical things to sightsee, but you've got the Disney, you've got the world up there.
And that will
SeaWorld.
be a personal best there for Samuel Turner, almost breaking that 3-minute mark. He's gone to 3:01:02. That's an 8-second drop.
Wow,
Let's
he's had a
see
great weekend.
what the other boys can do. Luke Wilson making his way under the flags now. His entry was a 3:18, just over 3:22. And then Blake Warren, just 11 years of age. He's done a few little PBs.
That's a good name, Warren, with a knee like Shane Warne.
Absolutely.
Warney. I wonder if he's Warney, little Warney.
In a 3:40. So well done to all our boys. And let's see what these girls can do.
Here we go. The swim off. Kardinia is up there shouting for Holly. Holly from Bendigo East. Kardinia coaching at Bendigo East. Well, it's like synchronised diving there, those girls. So equal off the blocks. It's whether to go for it from the start and break your opponents calm, or to save up and reel someone in at the end. Nice turns. Lara from Traralgon just getting the better off the turn. But Holly, with every stroke, is catching up. You don't like to see anyone lose the lead. Holly's coming through here at the end and just takes it. Holly Hembrow, 104.84 to Lara Landell's 104.93. Well done, girls. What a great race to end off our morning session. This Saturday, the second day of our Victorian Country Championships in Geelong, sponsored by Bowen South Council.
Bowen Southwest District.
Oh,
What a great way to finish. A super close swim off there.
It was fantastic.
And
I mean,
it was a little bit faster than they went in the heat as well, I believe.
great.
So
Oh, well, they got that out of it too. They got PBs.
fantastic effort from both of the girls.
You can't get better than that.
We'll see you back here at 3:30 this afternoon for our finals.
See you guys.